Under the arch here in St. Louis, just about ready for game 2 between the Dodgers and the Cardinals after the Dodgers took game 1 5-1 yesterday. And what is a great environment for baseball. Really good baseball town at Ballpark Village just outside the park and left. There are statues all over the place. There's one of Stan the Man there.
Stan the Man is there watching over these fans that are so dedicated to the Cardinals. In that Monument Park there, Lou Brock, Ozzie Smith, Bob Gibson among some of them. And these people love their Cardinals, but they're very friendly to opposing fans also. So it's a great place to come, a great baseball city.
Only the Yankees have won more World Championships. The Yankees have 27, but the Cardinals have 11. Just recently in 2011. 11 total for St. Louis. They had 9 division titles, 9 NLCS trips since 2000. Last year was the first time in 6 years that they'd missed the postseason, missing the wild card game by just 1 game. They find themselves at a low water mark here for the last decade on this date. It's the first time since 2007 that the Cardinals on Memorial Day haven't been above 500.
And they have not played Cardinal baseball at all. They are trying to avoid mistakes, but they've been making a lot of mistakes. Yesterday we saw the missing of the cutoff man. We saw some catching of fly balls going backwards when a runner scores from third.
Overall, they've dropped 9 of 12 in a roller coaster season. That came on the heels of a stretch where they were the best team in baseball for a while, winning 18 of 24. Well, Logan Forsythe and the Dodgers getting ready to hit. The lineup's brought to you by Honda. He leads it off. Then Bellinger hits second. Yasmani Grandal, the 3-hitter and catcher. Adrian Gonzalez bats cleanup. Chris Taylor hitting 5th. Utley in the 6th spot. Then Kike Hernandez and Yasiel Puig in front of Kenta Maeda. Against Michael Wacha, who entered the start last week in the top 5 in the National League in earned run average, but the Dodgers handed him his worst night of the season. 6 runs over 4 innings.
When he has been on this year, it's been the confidence in the fastball. The right arm is healthier. It's up about a tick and a half on the miles per hour, and that's one of the largest increases in baseball. And of course, his #1 out pitch is his changeup, and when that is down and has the action, it's very hard to hit. But in this slump of late, the changeup gets hit for home runs because it's been elevated, something that he will work very hard to keep it down to this powerful Dodger offense.
How about the defense around him? It's brought to you by Keck Medicine of USC. You were talking about them not playing Cardinal baseball. The defense was a big issue last year that they were hoping to address this year with a few different moves they made, but it hasn't worked.
They added speed, they added range, but they have not added consistency, and that consistency has not existed. And also just the details of the game, the hitting of the cutoff man, as we mentioned, and also catching fly balls with the correct routes, something they definitely need to improve on.
On the other side, Dodgers looking for their first 6-game winning streak. They've won 10 of 12 and start the night a half game back of the Rockies in the West. Off we go with strike 1 from Wacha. Rockies beginning in just a few minutes against Seattle. We'll keep you posted on that one as the night rolls on. Forsythe hit his first home run in a Dodger uniform yesterday. 2 for 19 now since coming off of the DL with a toe injury and the hamstring problem. One of the hits, the homer yesterday. The other one, the game-winning double against St. Louis last Tuesday. Ball 1. A 1-2. Nowhere close, and the count evens up.
One thing you love about Logan Forsythe, when he came back off the DL, there was no part of the game that seemed like it was too fast for him. He jumped right back into his veteran skin and really started to execute and apply himself.
Bangs a base hit into center, and the Dodgers with a nice start to this one. Leadoff single, Logan Forsythe.
Line drive on a ball up. You see the target by Molina, but then you see the top hand of Logan Forsythe. Make sure he doesn't pop that ball up. Very good disciplined swing.
And it brings up Bellinger, hitting second for the second time. Spot normally occupied by Corey Seager. Solana told you off for the top. Seager, the leading vote getter in the first release of All-Star voting, leading vote getter at short.
But definitely needs Dodger help because he's up against a Cub that's not doing real well this year, and he's only 20,000 votes ahead.
Strike one. Yeah, Addison Russell is having a horrific year.
But the Cub faithful, with the energy from the World Championship, is sending them to the ballot box right now. But you can vote online. I think you can vote up to 5 times a day. So Dodger fans that want to see Seager or any other Dodgers, get on it. Let's see him in Miami.
1 ball and 1 strike. Do you know who they have 5th overall among the outfielders in voting? Kyle Schwarber.
Oh my gosh.
Who has just demoted into a platoon.
They're going to have to do something about the internet system in Chicago. Maybe shut it down for a few days.
Into hacking these days. Fastball makes it 1-2.
It is definitely a popularity contest at the beginning, but hopefully people come to their senses and see the statistics and see who's playing the best, and the fans take those players to the All-Star game.
A 1-2 to Bellinger. Foul tipped into the mid for strike 3. Waka has his first punch out. 1 gone here in the first.
He hits the target, and Cody with a little uppercut there. You'd be surprised that is one of the best pitches that he hits, though. There's a lot of people trying to pitch him there, but when they make a mistake or he makes a little better swing, that's the one he hits for power.
So a man at first with 1 gone for Grandal. Bunts it foul, strike 1. Number 1 hitter in the National League over the last month, hitting .370 since the final day of April.
Still playing the whole game. Usually see people try and bunt to get out of slumps. Yasmani trying to add to his numbers and create a table setting opportunity for the Dodgers here with 1 out.
Swings away, hits a fly ball to center. The Dexter Fowler cruises under for out number 2.
Waka got away with a mistake right there. Yadier Molina wanted the fastball up. Yaz is one of the best low fastball hitters in the game, and he can elevate a low fastball. Look at this ball down by the knees that he pretty much golfs like a 1-iron. Just didn't catch all of it. I guess he caught it a little fat.
Two outs, and it's Gonzalez. Singled the other way his first time up yesterday. And that 5-1 Dodger win, getting 5 innings from Rich Hill, getting 3 home runs. 7 homers for this offense over the last 2 games. By runs, second best offense in the majors this month. 2-0.
The movements in the batter's box right now by Adrian Gonzalez are so much more subtle. Before, adjusting so many things, kind of stretching his shoulder or fixing something on his wrist. He looks like the real and regular hitter, not a guy with aches and pains.
2-1.
Taking a full swing like that, I mean, that's a hack, and you don't want him to swing at it because it's up by his shoulders, but that was free and easy, and he's letting it go. It tells you that the health is getting better.
Adrian has admitted that he probably shouldn't have even broken camp on the active roster with everything that he was dealing with. He's ahead 3-1.
Well, he pushed really hard to get to that WBC.
Right.
With his brother managing.
And
and then went there and did pretty well, you know, at times, and then came back and continued to get ready for the season. But just kind of built up on him.
And just not in his DNA to ever say, I'm not going to open the year active. He walks here, 2 on with 2 out. First disabled list stint of his long career. Played more games than anybody over the last decade. Not just on this team, but in this sport. So a 2-out chance for Chris Taylor, who saw Waka particularly well last week. A couple of hits against him.
This Dodger lineup is really starting to become a force. 2 out and Chris Taylor up. You think, okay, in the day it's like, well, I hope he gets a hit. We really can't expect a hit. Now it just seems like every hitter that comes up there is somebody that can do damage and is swinging the bat well, and it's just one big wave coming at you if you're an opposing pitcher.
In the day, is that as in like back in the day?
In the day, meaning when Chris Taylor wasn't the Chris Taylor we're watching now.
That one slipped and it's 1-1.
So I guess that would be pre-spring training of this year.
Right. Back in the day, 2016.
Yeah.
It was interesting reading some quotes from Waka after he faced this Dodger lineup for the first time, and he was impressed. It's 2-1. He said it seemed like whenever he got ahead, they'd battle back and make it a full count. And that's subtle, but that's subtle high praise.
That makes you think that I don't have a lot of pitches to put people away, that they keep fouling it off, and then I go for the edge and they take that borderline pitch, and that means they're not making outs on pitchers' pitches early in the count.
A 2-1. Little bit up. 3 balls and a strike.
Very good hitters count now. First and second, 2 out. If you're a hitter right now like Chris Taylor, you're not even thinking about 2 outs. You're just thinking, I've got a couple pitches that I can really take a look at.
2 on, 2 out, first inning, and a 3-1. Nice pitch, full count.
Blowing away on the black, a pitcher's pitch, but like Waka's quote said, seems like every time you wake up, they're 3-2.
Forsythe started the inning with a single. He's at second after the 2-out walk from Gonzalez, and a payoff to Taylor. Gets it by him. The inning is over. Waka with a pair of strikeouts in the first, and the Dodgers strand 2. Kenta Maeda takes it when you come back. Skies with the temperatures in the low 80s tonight. Dexter Fowler set to lead off this lineup, brought to you by Honda. After Fowler, it'll be Tommy Pham, and then Matt Carpenter. Yadier Molina bats cleanup with Jed Jerko having the day off. Baby on the way for Jed. He's away on paternity leave. Aledmys Diaz batting fifth, starting at short. Peralta, the man that moves into the lineup with Jerko out. DeYoung plays second and bats seventh. Martinez hits eighth, and then Waka bats ninth. Maeda's start against the Cardinals last week was his first one in a couple weeks, and it showed early. Gave up 3 runs on 4 hits and 2 walks in the first inning alone, but after that, nothing.
Settled in and really had him swinging and missing in the strike zone. So Kenta, with the addition of the cutter, if you look at his fastball percentage, it's about 42% last year. This year it's down about 10%, but then you go to the cutter and there's where you find the other 10%. So just changing the movement on that fastball.
His first pitch of the night is in there for a strikeout. Fowler. Ninth start for Kenta here in his second season in the majors. And quickly ahead of Fowler, 0-2. Finished third in Rookie of the Year voting. Now it's a rookie last year behind Seager and Turner. Won 16 games. Ball 1.
Now a 20-game winner in the Major League Baseball. Kenta Maeda, 16 wins last year. Broke in on April 6th and 4 wins this year.
Fowler yanks a base hit to right. Leadoff single for Dexter Fowler will bring up Tommy Pham. The Dodger defense brought to you by Keck Medicine of USC. Kike Hernandez, Mr. Utility, starting at short today. Dave Roberts said earlier this afternoon that he plans on getting Kike a start in right tomorrow to give Yasiel Puig a day of rest.
You play that many positions, there's 2 things you have to have. You have to have speed and you have to have a good arm. Kike has both.
And multiple gloves.
Well, that too.
Pham now, who is swinging it well for St. Louis. His emergence really the reason they were able to send Randall Grichuk down to the minors yesterday to work on his swing. Pham was caught up when Stephen Piscotty went on the DL in early May. Another year and another back and forth year for Tommy Pham. 4 years in the majors, but he's never stuck. It's always been back and forth between here and Memphis. That's a strike, 1-1.
So much more confidence in that fastball Kenta has now. That was a 4-seamer at 90 miles an hour. He also throws the 2-seamer. That'll be more 89 or 88. And then, of course, we've talked a lot about the cutter over the last 4 starts.
One and two.
It's going to get to be like Clayton Kershaw, where we don't have a tough time reading the difference between the 4-seamer, the cutter, and the slider when he throws it harder. They're all kind of blending together now, and it's really being effective on the hitters.
Normally that's not good.
Well, it is when you can command them the way these guys have been, because you're just really trying to get the ball off the barrel of the bat or below the barrel of the bat. And when I say off, I mean from left to right, and when I say below, I mean from top to bottom. And so you could then walk them off the plate by, instead of having to change the break on a slider like 3 different kinds and 3 different speeds, you can just do it with your grip and your philosophy. So you throw a 4-seamer low and away to a righty that just stays on the corner, and the next pitch you throw him just a little cutter out there that starts on the corner and maybe goes off, and the next pitch, since he fouled that off, you throw the slider and you're just kind of walking him off the plate. And if he starts to cruise with you out there, then you buzz him inside. Not like on, fighter jets, you don't buzz the tower.
Or like Hunter Strickland.
Exactly.
Full count. Suspensions are in. See 6 games for Strickland, 4 games for Bryce Harper.
Anybody who is a consistent baseball fan would know what we're talking about, but there was a little fight that broke out there because Harper took him deep and then Strickland paid him off a little bit.
Well, Harper took him deep 3 years ago.
Well, okay. That's current in a pitcher's mind.
Yeah, I guess so. Current enough to drill him with a fastball. A benches clearing brawl last night in San Francisco. Runner goes. They throw down, and apparently that's called ball 4. So everybody's safe. 2 on with nobody out.
I think this is a strike. Let's take a look. I think it's right down the middle. Not down the middle, but on the corner. Wow. That's the pitch that Walker had called. 3-1 to take the count to 3-2 with Chris Taylor.
So, again, the Cardinals mounting something against Maeda in the first inning. 3 runs in his outing against St. Louis last week, all in the first. Said it took him some time to get his rhythm back after missing the 2 weeks with a hamstring. But he found it quickly. Matt Carpenter lays the bunt down foul. Got your 3-hitter bunting in the first inning.
Offense that is really lacking production and confidence, and they're just looking for any way to create something. Especially with a starter that they just faced and got 3 off of him in the last game.
Carpenter an all-star last year, 3 times in his career, but 6 for his last 41. Flied foul, and it's 0-2. Dexter Fowler was taking his helmet off as that pitch was flying home.
There's a bug that flew in his ear hole. He's trying to get it out.
That would explain it. That would be a less than subtle way to tip a pitch.
No.
Yeah. 0-2 now. That's high. Ball 1.
You're referring to maybe some body language where you take a step towards third base if the ball's going to be on that side of the plate, or you just take a step back towards second base if the ball's going to be on that side of the plate as you see the catcher move. All right, see, here it is. If it's a fastball, I'm going to take my helmet off.
Right. Two on, nobody out. Maeda to Carpenter, 1-2. It's low. The count evens at 2-2.
Kent has got to stay focused right here. I know he's got a lot of frustration from that 3-2 fastball. He actually had a wry smile on his face as he looked in and saw it was ball 4 to set up this first and second, no out.
Carpenter, one of the most patient hitters in the game, one of the most disciplined eyes. Technically 2 of the most disciplined eyes, I guess. "31-year-old in his 6th season waits on a 2-2 and drives a ball to center. On comes Hernandez or Taylor and plays it on a bounce. They go station to station until the throw gets all the way to the backstop. Maeda throws home and it gets by Grandal. The Cardinals lead 1-0. That was ugly.
A base hit by Carpenter. Taylor trying to backdoor the throw here to second base, gets it high. Now nobody is home, would be backing up the throw to second. Maybe Maeda could be going to third, but he just happens to be in between as he goes between here thinking, oh, it's going to be home, but no, it's not. And then Yasmani gets a little banged up here on this throw here. He just kind of takes him around. I don't know if he hits him in the face or gets the shoulder. Looks like a little bit of the jaw. See Fowler's left elbow kind of takes the right side of Yasmani's face and throws the mask off of him.
Two errors on that play, by the way. It's a base hit, but then E8 on the throw, allowing Fowler to score, and E1 allowing the runners to advance. So another bad first inning for Maeda against these Cardinals. Second and third, still nobody out. And the cleanup man, Yadier Molina, due to hit. Had a 16-game hitting streak end yesterday with an 0 for 4. Strike one.
If you look at Yadier's hot cold zones as far as a hitter, they're everywhere. You can't really see a pattern in his swing, and so that makes me think that he takes his game calling skills as far as pitch selection and what a pitcher is trying to do to him and kind of design his swing or his approach upon the pitcher and what he thinks is coming. Because he's very good low and in. He's very good up and away. He's very good off the plate away. Of course, he's good down the middle, but there's no real pattern to what pitch he likes.
Slaps one up the middle that'll sneak through to bring home 2 more before the Dodgers get it out. The Cardinals have 3 runs.
3 runs in the first for Kenta's last outing ended up to being shutting him down from 2 through 5, and he got a victory. But right here, it's going to be another tough road to hoe, and hopefully the Dodger offense will support him. A ball 4 that shouldn't have been. Seeing eye ground ball right there. A blooper to center that caused a couple of errors from the Dodgers throws, and one was his own, and they've got a 3-0 lead.
So he'll try and find himself as he did last week against St. Louis after that 3-run first. Now last week gave up those 3 runs, 6 base runners in the first inning. Over his last 4 innings, 3 base runners, no runs. Aledmys Diaz looking at a ball. Shortstop hitting 5th today for Mike Matheny. Second big league season for the Cuban. He's an all-star as a rookie last year. Got off to a slow start this year, sitting around 200 in April. The defense was better, though. It was a problem for him last year. And the offense has come along lately, too. One and two.
Got to play the baseball odds. Got a ground ball from Fowler, hit. A strike on a 3-2 count, turned into a walk. The umpire missed it. Matt Carpenter blooper, and another weak ground ball. You got to believe in the execution if you're Kenta and not believe in the results.
Grandal sets the target inside, and it runs in there to run the count full.
Dave Roberts said before the game that it'll be Ryu tomorrow. He also said that we have a very fresh bullpen. 3-0, no out in the first with a man on first and a 3-2 count. You're kind of glad you have a fresh bullpen. You might need it for 2 days because Ryu went 4 scoreless in relief, got a save in his last outing. Short-term shipment to the bullpen, but
Diaz yanks that one foul at home run distance, but well wide of the pole. Still 3-2.
Over the next 2 days, you might need a lot of innings from the pen.
Yeah.
Between the way this has started and Ryu going tomorrow.
The best pen in the National League. Particularly good lately. Second year in a row, the Dodger pen has been one of the best in baseball. There were years where it was vexing. It was the biggest issue for the Dodgers. Molina's at first, nobody out, and a payoff to Diaz that he hammers down the left field line towards the pole and foul. Got closer, but still foul. Still 3-2.
Big innings, if you're pitching well, are when baseball probabilities don't go your way. Real big innings are when baseball probabilities don't go your way, and then you start making mistakes too.
Did he just make 2 in a row?
Yeah, he got away with them.
Yeah. Smack back to the mound. Molina was moving. They still get him at second and then turn a double play. Not only was he moving, Maeda double clutched, still got him, and Utley gunned it to first for a double play.
Cardinals will take a look at the play at first base. The one at second base is a sure out. Kenta here with the comebacker, a one hopper. And as he gets there, it does take the double clutch. I'm not sure he realized the chase was there because of the glare or why he hesitated. It doesn't seem like he has trouble getting it out of his glove. The ball's in his hand as he does the double clutch. That looks like it might get reversed.
I'm going to take a look. Crew chief is Mike Winters, who's at third tonight.
This won't take very long.
Grab your white out.
About 30,000 fans here that are playing umpire that already have it right as they see it on the big screen. It's interesting how the umpires with the big screens in all the ballparks, sometimes they know before they get word from New York.
Could really expedite the process by just putting it up on the video board and letting the umpires stand there and watch. So they do overturn it. It's a fielder's choice, ground out for Diaz instead of the double play. Dodgers settle for 1 out there, and Johnny Peralta comes up. Late addition to the lineup. Jed Jerko got the call that his wife was going into labor with their baby girl. Already have 2 young sons, but a girl on the way. A little bit low, ball 1 on Peralta.
A little bit of a break for Kenta Maeda. Jerko is 2 for 5 off of him. So somebody that had had some success is not in the lineup. But congratulations to the Jerko family.
2 balls, no strikes on Peralta, the veteran who missed most of the first 2 months of this season. First an upper respiratory infection, then put him on the DL. But what had him out for so long was the reaction to the medication that he took for it. Not too many details shared about what the reaction was, other than that it was bad enough to shut him down. A 2-0. And a strike pulled back over the inside corner by Grandal. Off of Grandal's glove. Diaz heads to second and in there safely.
You don't see this very often. Yasmani kind of clanks it. I'm not sure if they'll call it a wild pitch because it was wide or a pass ball. I would grade it a pass ball. Looked like he's trying to frame it and then figured out it's not going to be a strike no matter how I catch it. Just didn't get the glove out there.
It is a pass ball. RBI chance Peralta. Maeda lets go of a 3-1 and Peralta chops it to third for Forsythe. Diaz makes a break for third. Gonzalez throws there late. So a man at third with 2 gone.
Diaz scooted over there on the second crow hop by Forsythe there at third. He wasn't going to break until Logan, when he plays third, has a tendency to want to get as close to first base as possible. So he takes a few steps as he goes there. Kind of shortens it up for a guy who's used to playing second base. There's 1, there's 2, and right as he took the second one is when Diaz broke.
Here's DeYoung. Maeda back to the windup with a runner at third. Drops in a strike. DeYoung made his major league debut on Sunday in Denver and hit a home run on his first swing. Then yesterday in his first game at Busch Stadium, his first career start, single and a double. This one in the air to left, sending Bellinger back, edge of the track with room. Cardinals get 3 against Maeda. Second time in a row they've done that against Kenda. The hope is that he settles in the same way he did last week. Down 3-0. We look at our Land Rover Performance Spotlight. Chase Utley since May 9th hitting .365, which places him in the top 10 in the National League after he's hitting around 100 in limited action over the first month. The more regular role for him has served him well. 3 home runs over the last week, most recently yesterday. First one came against Waka. Starts him with a strike.
So much was swirling around Chase at the time because when he was slumping for that long time, the Dodgers weren't really winning. And so it's looking like, you know, how long did it go with this before we start seeing some changes in the roster or changes in playing time? But then the injuries allowed Chase to get in there on a regular basis. And those reps helped him, and Dave Roberts' loyalty and belief in Chase helped him an awful lot.
1-2. And he's earned that. 38 years old, 15 major league seasons. It's an all-star 6 times with the Phillies. For the Dodgers traded for him in August of 2015. Waits on a 1-2. And slashes one in the left center, a base hit that splits the gap and bounces all the way to the base of the wall. Utley has his mind on 3, and he'll get there. A leadoff triple for Chase Utley.
.270 feet away from home plate is where he ends up, and this ball was hit about 270 into the gap, right on a line, and he reads it so well. As they try to pick the ball up there in right center to determine who's doing it. Right about here visually he sees, oh, they had trouble getting to it, and he continues on. 2 taps on the helmet to make sure it stays on and arrive at third base.
3rd triple of the year for him, matches last year's total. And Kike Hernandez hacks at the first one, hits it foul, strike 1. 56 triples now in Chase Utley's career. Guy at the plate's been an extra base machine himself. 19 of his 25 hits this year have gone for extra bases. Flies one down the right field line. Second baseman DeYoung making the call and the catch. And back to third goes Utley. So with the pitcher on deck, a lot of weight on Puig's shoulders here to get the job done with 1 out.
And he'll have to watch how they're pitching him. Do they pitch around him and set up the double play with Maeda on deck? But the fact that Maeda drove in 2 in his last game against Waka, had some 2-out RBIs, probably go after Yasiel a little bit more.
Started to heat up again the last couple games. Fouls this one off of Molina, strike 1. His mini hot streak began when he came off of the bench on Sunday when Franklin Gutierrez left after the first inning with an illness. And you mentioned at the time, sometimes that can free you up to go in there, not think, and just play.
In the back of your mind, when those days when you're called into emergency duty, just kind of makes you relax and go, okay, I'm not really expecting to play. Now I'm in here, and you know, if I take an offer, I take an offer. But you know what? Let's just go ahead and apply ourselves. Let's see what happens. And you got a net under you.
Just misses at 98, 1-2.
Walker's fastball this year is playing a notch or 2 up, and this ball is really well thrown, but just off the edge.
Looking for a strikeout. Missing high, 2-2. Puig lifts one down the right field line. Pham a long run into the corner, out of room, and it's foul. Not much room in foul ground down in the corner there. Similar to Wrigley Field, similar, at least in the very corner, to Dodger Stadium.
It's a good sign for Yasiel Puig to take the fastball in the upper 90s down the right field line, because Walker's #1 out pitch is the changeup, and if he throws that, Yasiel will still have a chance to be on it.
Only at third with 1 out and a 2-2. Pop foul. Changeup Walker did not have against the Dodgers last week. But you're right, when he's at his best, that pitch is as good as any changeup in the game.
He's made a few mistakes here to Yasiel. Just haven't been able to hit him into fair territory deep enough to get Utley in.
Got him swinging with a curve.
It's the best curveball of the night for Walker. Been throwing it over in the left-hand batter's box and pulling it prior to this one. But this one he kept on the plate, and it had really good depth.
So Kenta trying to come up with a 2-out hit for his second game in a row, facing Walker last week. Pulled a 2-run single down the line to take the Dodgers from down 3-2 to up 4-3. Strike one.
No out and a man on third, and you can't get him in with 2 legitimate hitters. Now you're just relying on your pitcher to possibly get lucky. Disappointing inning for the Dodgers offensively so far. A bright spot, and then the lights have been turned down.
Kind of things you weren't seeing the last couple weeks. Winning 5 in a row, 10 of 12. Molina can't hold on. Maeda stays alive.
Walker remembering that Maeda hit a curveball and that he hung at Dodger Stadium, so he's sticking with the gas right now. You risk bouncing the curveball with Puig up there. I'm not sure you want to risk a wild pitch with a pitcher up there and an 0-2 count and a man on third.
You know, as he's fouled off a couple in a row here, I'm going to jinx proof this by acknowledging that I'm jinx proofing it. It's worth noting that Maeda in 15 at bats this year yet to strike out. He only got 2 hits, but he's put it in play every time.
Good luck with that jinx.
Yeah, I'm sure it's coming. Hit to right. Pham started on, now moves over, makes the catch. Dodgers unable to take advantage of a leadoff triple. Trail 3-0. Middle 2. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Ram 1500 Rebel. Experience the power and toughness of Ram at your local dealer. Found this fascinating. Maury Wills, who hit 20 home runs during his major league career, on this day in 1962 homered twice, once from both sides of the plate. 7-player major league history to do that. Homer on each side of the plate in one game. Only hit 6 that whole year where he won the MVP, 1962, but 2 came on the same day. 1 from the left side, 1 from the right side. He had learned to switch hit in the late 1950s when he went to the minors in Spokane, and that was kind of what helped him take off and get called up to the majors, helped the Dodgers with that 1959 run to the World Championship. 8-9-1 for the Cardinals in the second as Maeda tries to settle in the same way he did last week after the 3-run first inning. Didn't give anything up. Innings 2 through 5 that time around. Martinez 0 for 3 in the opener yesterday. It's a strike. It's 1-1. It's his first game back from the DL. He'd missed a few weeks with a groin injury. Then activated with Stephen Piscotty still away from the team for personal reasons. Base hit to left.
First base hit that's actually been hit hard off of Kenta, and this was a mistake. This ball is up in his eyes, easy to hit, just sitting there on a tee. Big leaguers do a lot of tee work. They do soft toss to certain areas with a coach behind the screen. That ball was just sitting there right where they practice.
So now Waka up there to sacrifice. Cardinals have already matched their average runs per game from the last week. They were below 3 per game over the last week. They got 3 in the first. Strike 1. Overall this year, well below average in the National League. They're at 500 on the strength of their starting pitching, and their starting pitching alone. The offense below average, the bullpen not very good, the defense not very good. Waka and these starters have kept them afloat. And the Central's not been great, so they only sit a game and a half back, tied with the Cubs for second, looking up at Milwaukee.
It's very odd to play the Cardinals and come to St. Louis and really see a team that is kind of dysfunctional. They have guys that really don't look big and powerful hitting in the 3 through 5 hole. They have guys that are known for their defense that aren't playing well. I know it frustrates Mike Matheny. He is an outstanding manager.
It's bunted well. Maeda calls for it and throws low, and it gets by Utley. Probably 2 of the more poorly played innings of the year for the Dodgers to start this game.
They're drinking some of the St. Louis water here. They're acting like the Cardinals have played early in this season. Kenta waving off Yasmani, makes the throw, just kind of hooks it a little bit. Chase really should have had this ball. It's a backhand. Your glove doesn't open up quite as much when you backhand, but it looks like he's got enough time and enough reach to get there.
Kind of hooking on him. Second Maeda error, third Dodger error over the first inning plus. So now the top of the order, and Dexter Fowler trying to add on to this 3-0 St. Louis lead. Breaking ball popped up. Long run for Kike Hernandez, but he'll get there for the first out.
This could be a little bit of a momentum shift. The Dodgers get a leadoff triple last inning by Chase Utley. And now here the Cardinals had first and third, no out, get a double play ball, get out of this inning. At least you start to feel like you're doing something right, because everything has gone wrong for the Dodgers so far.
Stranded 3 in the first 2 innings, including wasting a leadoff triple. And they've committed 3 errors while the Cardinals have jumped ahead to this lead. Tommy Pham walked and scored last inning. Tries to lay off, can't. Stays in the vicinity of Grandal. The runners hold on, and it's 0-1.
Fortunate to keep the double play in order right there. Osmani got hit in the head from Fowler when he came across home plate. Since then, he has been a little shaky back there. I don't know if he's got some marbles shaking loose. There's the pass ball and a few balls that are really not hitting in his glove cleanly.
Overthrown in a fastball, and it's 1-1. Able to smother that one.
One of the best all-around catchers in the game right there. Gives an unbelievable effort every day trying to get to know what the game plan is going to be with Rick Honeycutt and his pitcher. Works really hard on his defense and his throwing, and he also works hard on his offense, which he has been very hot at.
One and two. Got the 2 strikes on Pham last inning, but ultimately walked him on a borderline pitch. Tried to finish him with a fastball to the outside corner. On this one, too, comes inside with a fastball, and it's jammed to first for out number 2. Executed that pitch perfectly.
This inning's starting to feel good. Kenta making some pitches and also getting some weak contact. The pop up, and now the little humpback liner to Adrian almost turns into a double play, but he's got to start feeling like he can exhale out there on the mound. You're not in the dugout yet, but you're starting to feel good about getting out of this inning with a 0.
Now, though, has to face the 3-hitter Matt Carpenter. Singleton scored last inning. Ball 1. A few years back, Carpenter led the league in walks, but he only hit 8 home runs. That was in 2014. Below league average in the slugging. But the power has come since. It's 1-1. So the last 2 years, the walk rate's been even better, but he's hit 49 homers. Earned himself a golf cart out of it, too. Told that story earlier in this series, but Adam Wainwright told him, hey, if you hit 20 home runs this year, I'm going to buy you a golf cart. And he did. Get him a personalized TCU purple golf cart. 2-1. Wainwright will start the finale of this series. He's been hot. Last 3 outings, he's given up just 1 run. Maeda trying to pitch around trouble in the second. That's foul, and it's 2-2.
You exhale when things are going well with the pop up and the humpback line out, and then you gasp or hold your breath when that ball goes down the line and you're hoping foul.
Martinez singled to start the inning, moved to third on Maeda's throwing error when Waka was trying to bunt him over. With 2 outs, a 2-2. A pop-up, and perhaps a swing in momentum for Maeda, getting out of this inning with no damage done. On to the 3rd, and it's still only 3-0. back and better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices and get a free subscription to AtBat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Here in St. Louis, Cardinals trying to even the series at a game apiece behind Michael Wacha, who's pitching with a 3-0 lead on to the third.
Very frisky tonight, Michael Wacha is with his fastball. We've seen it from 95 all the way up to 98. Haven't really seen him rely on the changeup yet, but now that he's coming the second time around in the order, maybe he'll give the Dodgers a new look.
Last week's start against the Dodgers aside, this has been a bounce-back year for him. You know, last year had a good start to the season, but for the second year in a row wore down. Had a career-worst 509 earned run average. A lot of it stemming from issues with his shoulder blade, very similar to what Brandon McCarthy went through earlier in his career. But this offseason, he picked McCarthy's brain about the way to get past that, because McCarthy has really designed a workout regimen for him that strengthened all those smaller muscles around his shoulder blade. That was McCarthy's advice: strengthen everything in there. Strike one on Forsythe. Both those guys taller pitchers who rely on that extension, and that can put a lot of stress on the shoulder blade.
You're looking for a synchronous movement up there in that shoulder blade, so that it keeps the arm in the right spot as far as where the shoulder bone goes up into the shoulder, so you don't have to fire all those muscles in kind of sporadic movements that fatigue the shoulder quicker. You're not only looking for strength up there, you're looking for strength with coordination. Seems to have conquered the battle, but we'll know a lot more in the second half of the season.
Right, because he's looked fine in the first half each of the last 2 years.
You have to keep that program up. It's one thing to get stronger and build your endurance going into spring training and then into the beginning of the season, but you have to find ways to maintain your strength, but also bring the rest quotient up a little bit more, because you're putting the wear and tear of pitching on it. Some guys will start to back off a little bit. Some of my strongest weight programs were throughout the year, not in the off season, because the off season you got time for a lot of reps and a lot of fatigue, and you can really stay with it.
Forsythe with a leadoff walk. You know, Logan had a 1-for-18 stretch before his home run yesterday, then drilled a single against Wacha his first time up. Now walks. It looks like maybe finding a bit of rhythm here, week plus since coming off of the DL.
You'll never tell by his face, just like Chase Utley and some others.
Bellinger struck out his first time. Bats here with a man at first and nobody out. Strike one. He struck out not by chasing, but on a pitch that he foul tipped that was in the zone. His chase rate is right around league average. He doesn't fish too often, but as far as pitches in the zone, he swings and misses as much as anyone in baseball. And that's something Dave Roberts talked about today. He's got such a good eye, and so he makes pitchers come to him. Just a matter of when he swings at those pitches in the zone, connecting. When he does, it goes a long way. Breaking ball caught the top of the zone, and it's 1-2.
I think his contact percentage will go up as he makes book on the pitchers around the league. Most of these guys are the first time he's ever seen them, so a little bit of that surprise or lack of anticipation can have you miss, but as he gains some knowledge, you'll probably put the bat on the ball a little bit more. That little bit of doubt, that 1/16 of a second or whatever it is in hitting, you got to make that quick decision as the ball's in flight. Well, if you anticipate, at least have an idea of what's happened before, the release point, all the information. Going to be a little bit more accurate.
On a 1-2. Takes low and away. There's that changeup from Waka. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's only the second one of the game that he has thrown. He's actually used the curveball more than the changeup.
Completely backwards from his career track record. Said he just didn't have a feel for the changeup last week. Looks like that may be the case again today. 3-2. It was too firm to be a change, wasn't it? 91.
It could have been overthrown and pulled.
Dodgers have Forsythe on to start the inning, and a full count on Bellinger. Here comes Waka. Swings through a breaking ball, strike 3.
Well, it's a swing and a miss, but it's time for our Volkswagen replay. I think he gets fooled that it's a curveball. You see how much he misses it by. He sees up and his eyes light up, but it's not a fastball. It's the bender.
4th punch out for Waka. Now it's Grandal, who lined to center his first time. So Waka changing up the scouting report some here, relying on the curveball more than the changeup. And the first one to Grandal, he goes to that curve and misses. Ball 1.
He's thrown the curveball twice as much as the changeup.
Forsythe at first with 1 gone. Grandal hits it foul, and the count evens a ball and a strike.
Light starting to become a little bit more consistent for the hitters to see. Just a little splash of light out by center field, but very consistent lighting. He's almost here.
Fly towards the seats. It'll get there. 1-2. How about different start times for every game on this trip? Often see that. 7 games, 7 different first pitch times. More normal tomorrow, 7:10 first pitch.
Local time.
Right. 5:10 back in LA. 2-2 on Grandal. $7:15 actually tomorrow, and 12:45 in the finale Thursday.
Am I right? Do I look up at the board and see Seattle's up 6-0?
Yes.
On the Rockies?
Full count on Grandal. Yeah, 6-0.
It's only the 3rd.
So plenty of time there. Cut that in half, right? 3-0 is how you actually view it.
About that, you're right. In that ballpark, with that offense especially.
Rolled up the middle and a base hit to center. That'll send Forsythe first to third. And the Dodgers have them cornered with 1 out.
Well, enough of this setting the table. The Dodgers got people on base every inning. Forsythe in the first, now here Forsythe in the 3rd, and now Yasmani gets him over to 3rd. They stranded Chase Utley after a leadoff triple last inning, so the offense is functioning. It's just not tallying yet.
Dodgers have 3 hits and 2 walks against him, but nothing to show for it yet. Gonzalez trying to change that. It's one of those 3 passes. Lifts a fly ball to left center. Should be deep enough. Martinez sets his feet under it. Forsythe heads home, and Gonzalez has brought home the Dodgers' first run. So 3-1 on a Gonzalez sacrifice fly.
He does something that Kike Hernandez or Yasiel Puig could not, which is get a runner in from 3rd with less than 2 outs. The veteran that is the RBI master does the job.
All 4 of his full seasons in a Dodger uniform, he has led the team in runs batted in. Taylor struck out his first time. Takes ball 1.
Chris in a little bit of a mini slump.
2 for his last 17 after that K. Not been too many of those for him this year. Drives 1 foul, and it's 1-1. It's easy to kind of couple him in with Bellinger and the other brand new players, but remember, Taylor's played parts of 3 major league seasons before this one.
I've been guilty of that a few times when I look at the guys in the lineup and you think of him as the young guy.
That's high, and he's ahead 2-1.
It's a young swing.
That's true. In its infant stages still. Developed it this offseason. Chops it foul, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Added some rhythm to his hands. He said that was the biggest part. Added the leg kick. Biggest difference for him has been against fastballs, where his old swing had a hard time catching up. And then he'd have to cheat to catch up to him. That hurt him against the off speed, and so on. Went from trying to hit the ball hard on the ground, which is what his approach had always been, coming up in high school in Virginia Beach and then at college at Virginia. Changed the approach to trying to do damage by driving it in the air, like you've seen so many guys do now.
He really whips that bat through now, kind of tips the top of the bat towards the pitcher and then just pulls it through.
Takes here, count goes full.
Think about cracking a towel, the locker room joke when you're on a flick your buddy. You got to take it back and load it, and then you bring it through, and he uses his front leg and that leg kick to gather some momentum and then stop the body so the hips fire and the tip of that bat comes through.
Outside, second walk of the inning. 2 on with 2 out. That was the 4th full count that Waka had gone to in this inning. So once again, just like his last time against LA, the Dodgers making him work.
Well, the changeup, when he doesn't have the feel for it, is going to lengthen the counts because he is cut down to 1 out pitch, which could be his curveball, but he doesn't like to throw that an awful lot. And so now the fastball is going to get a lot of foul balls, and you're not going to sneak it by him if you're not changing speed. So yeah, those deep counts are going to hurt.
Utley tripled his first time and bats here with a tying run on base in the 3rd. Because they've worked that so many full counts, that pitch count up around 70 here in the 3rd. Oh, look out as he squared around, and then a fastball whistled by him. He's smiling. He's smiling.
If he doesn't move, that ball hits him right in the chest.
Take a picture. It'll last longer. Smile. 1-1.
Pretty amazing to be a player that you get your smile replayed, because it doesn't happen very often. I mean, we should almost do a Morongo Casino slow-mo cam on it.
Lexus play of the game. Chase's smile. Curve sinks in, 1-2. Grandal at second. Taylor at first. And a 1-2 from Waka to Utley. Drills one down the left field line. Long run Martinez, not going to get there, and it bounces up to the top of the wall. It will drive home 2 and tie the game. Now they're going to call Taylor back, and that's what I initially thought. And that thing had bounced into the seats, but Jose Martinez played it. And then the signal came late that it's a ground rule double. So it's 3-2, and they stop Taylor at third.
Morongo Casino slow-mo cam. We're not going to be Chase Utley's smile. Morongo will show you this double in slow-mo. Chase doing a nice job getting on top of this ball and shoving it down the left field line, and I guess it hits the secondary wall above the plants there down the line in foul territory after landing fair.
Cardinals catch a huge break there.
Sure do. And nice job by the fan not coming into play there, just in case it would have hit the lower wall and stayed in.
So Hernandez with a go-ahead run in scoring position. Ball one. It's eerie how similar this is to the last time Maeda and Waka faced off. Cardinals got a 3-0 lead in the first inning against Maeda last week. Same thing tonight. That's lined up the middle. A lunging play by DeYoung, but he heaves it to the dugout. Here comes Utley, and the Dodgers have taken a 4-3 lead. And just like last week, after trailing 3-0, they quickly erase it and move in front.
I'm not even sure this is going to be considered an error on the throw over the first baseman, because I'm not sure Chase Utley hesitates. Maybe they'll say because it didn't go to the first baseman in the air that he could have relayed it home and gotten chased, so they call it an error. But boy, some outstanding base running, a good piece of hitting from Kike Hernandez. I thought this ball was going to make it up the middle. A gallant effort there. But I'm sure that Chase was thinking all the way, I'm going to go home, as soon as he saw that throw.
Now Puig swings and misses at a curve, strike one. A 4-run inning for the Dodgers. Sacrifice fly from Gonzalez, and then 3 runs coming with 2 outs. Utley knocking one in with a double, and Hernandez bringing in 2 more with a base hit. 1 ball, 1 strike. After what was a very ugly first 2 innings, Dodgers bailing themselves out here in the 3rd. Curve banged into the ground, 2-3. Peralta's got it, throws out Hernandez to finish the inning. But a 4th spot for the Dodgers to go from down 3-0 to up 4-3. tying run. Time now for AARP's Getting to Know Chris Taylor. So we talk about him being, a young player, and he is at 26. But he debuted with the Mariners a few years back, parts of 3 seasons in the majors before really settling in this year on an everyday basis, taking advantage of the injury opportunities presented to him and putting himself in a spot where it's going to be hard not to have a significant role even when everybody's healthy.
Is anybody even talking about, like, this is what, about his 5th or 6th game in center field? Might not even be that.
It's been about a week now.
We haven't seen a real mistake. We saw the overthrow at second base in this game today, but he's tracked the ball very well, made some very tough plays out there.
Yadier Molina, middle third of the Cardinals order against Maeda. That's strike 1.
This is a Dodger team that's winning without Justin Turner at third, without Jock Peterson in center. Just lost Alex Wood, maybe the guy who's going to win pitcher of the month of May. He went on the DL. Hopefully only misses 1 start. All the other pieces seem to be functioning very well. Thank you very much.
We're talking with David Vassay of Dodger Talk earlier today. It's kind of about this season in general, what's made it exciting besides the obvious of 32-20. But I don't know how it is for you, but for me, it's a lot of the guys that were not expected to contribute the way they have, being the lead contributors. Most obvious one, Cody Bellinger, wasn't expected to debut this quickly. Taylor obviously is somebody who wasn't in the majors to open the year.
Josh Fields and Pedro Baez in the bullpen really stepping up.
Alex Wood, Brandon McCarthy. Olena shanks it foul, still 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Ryu getting the chance tomorrow to show the form that he showed in spring training and in his relief outing in his last appearance. 4 high quality innings from Ryu before the start tomorrow.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Yadier Molina, 2-run single his first time up as part of that 3-run first for St. Louis. Maeda home with a 2-2. Taps it foul. Molina, the big contract extension this offseason, signed a 3-year. $30 or $60 million deal that has him wrapped up through 2020. 34 years old in his 14th year, all of them with the Cardinals. Good chance that he'll retire a Cardinal with that contract. Flips one to center for Chris Taylor. And the first out of the 3rd.
Thursday on an all-new episode of Backstage Dodgers, Yasiel Puig hosts a charity poker tournament to benefit his Wild Horse Foundation. Plus, get to know Andrew Toles and his dad as Tolesy preps for the ACL surgery. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, presented by Hankook Tires, Thursday after the post-game show on Sportsnet LA.
Aledmys Diaz. Strike 1. Now Diaz, when he was in the minor leagues, after a year and a half of really struggling, he was removed from the 40-man roster, which means that any team in baseball could have had him, placed on waivers. All 29 other teams passed. Nothing in 2. So he went back into the minor league system with St. Louis, but called that a wake-up call. Soon after turned it around, and the following spring, thanks to some injuries, made the roster. The big league roster, that is. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You can understand why he had the slow start to his minor league career, though, because while he was waiting for the paperwork to go through, living in Mexico following his defection from Cuba. He went 2 years without playing in a game. Curve smacked to short. That's Kike Hernandez. That's out number 2. So Maeda gave up those 3 runs with the first 5 reaching against him in the first inning. Some shoddy defense there as well. First 2 reached against him in the second, but he's retired 5 in a row since then. And now gets Johnny Peralta. Ball 1.
Mariners are still up 6-0 on the Rockies at the end of 4.
Dodgers haven't been in first place since they finished the opening series of the year by taking 3 of 4 from San Diego. And they've never been alone in first. A win coupled with a Rockies loss would put them there. Dave Roberts' team trying to win its 6th in a row. It's 11th out of the last 13. 3 balls and a strike on Peralta.
The Rockies and the Houston Astros are the only ones that have more victories than Dodgers. Dodgers have 32, Rockies 33, Astros have 36.
Big cut and a miss, 3-2. You see what the Astros did yesterday?
That was a big comeback, like in the 8th.
Yeah, they
like
scored
6
11
runs,
runs in the 8th.
Yeah, they were down by 5 or 6.
They're a team that rumored to be in the hunt for starting pitching as the deadline approaches a couple of months from now. Maeda's payoff, and Peralta takes a borderline pitch for ball 4. Well, as we're talking about things around the league, we do our unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Horrible news for the Angels and for baseball. Mike Trout on the DL for the first time with a torn ligament that he'll have surgery on. Yeah, the Astros trailed the Twins by 6 when they scored those 11 runs in the 8th inning to come back. And we touched earlier on the brawl. Harper and Strickland in San Francisco yesterday. Strickland gets 6 games. Harper gets 4. Here's DeYoung. And there's strike 1. Now here's the thing on that as you're looking at those suspensions. Harper will miss 4 games. So really he's docked 36 innings. Strickland over 6 games may pitch twice. He's docked 2 innings. Foul tip, then it's 0-2. So by that measure, if you look at it that way, it's almost as if Strickland got off easy.
Yeah, and if you do look at it that way, you're right. You don't have the arm down there to count on for those times, so you can't actually like go to him. So there are probably moments that you would be thinking about it that might add up to more innings. But yeah, as far as actual appearance, you're right. That would be hard to call for the league office to decide.
The other big story out of the brawl was the fact that Buster Posey didn't move from behind the plate. And we got 2 outs here, so I don't want to get you too deep into that. But everybody had an opinion on it, it seemed like. Maeda gets him, and the inning is over. Pitching with the lead, and he works a scoreless 3rd onto the middle innings in St. Louis. 3-0 lead after an inning, but the Dodgers with a 4 spot in the third now lead 4-3. And as we're going to show them in a second here, Oral, they have chased Wacha from the game already.
They have, and you know what? This has been kind of a ham and egg way to go about things, this winning streak and the way the Dodgers have been going. But they've ham and egged this game, but part of the egg has been scrambled with some of those errors and the way the game looked. But boy, the offense has come through, and now Kenta has got back on the horse just like the outing before.
Tyler Lyons, the man that Mike Matheny goes to. Here's Maeda to lead off the inning, taking ball 1.
77 pitches for Michael Wacha. I don't know if they're protecting that second half and that fatigue factor by changing so early, or if there's something wrong with Wacha.
That's a fair ball in the first out of the 4th. So Lyons, the lefty, who's dealt with injury problems, freshly off of the disabled list within the last week or so. Ought to try and give him some length. Keep St. Louis in this one. Last 3 times up for Forsythe: a home run, a single, a walk, and a run scored. Starts Forsythe with a strike. Breaking pitch low, 1-1.
Tyler Lyons being in there could be as much about him as it is about Wacha. Coming off the DL, they might now want to get him up multiple times. So he was up last inning, and probably decided they want to get him in, and Walker's not going to go much further, so why put him through the wear and tear just coming off the DL with a little intercostal pull. If he's hot and ready to go, let's make the change.
2-2 on Forsythe. Yeah, the intercostal strain, basically a core muscle injury, but before that started the year on the DL, still recovering from knee surgery that ended last year. The 29-year-old from Texas just misses, full count. The Lubbock, Texas native that went on to Oklahoma State to play his college ball. The Yankees drafted him once, decided to go back to Oklahoma State. Forsythe digs it out, flips a base hit into center.
Reached base all 3 times here in just 4 innings. Base hit, walk, and this another base hit. A good piece of hitting, going down and grabbing that ball and driving it to center field.
I think it's safe to say that he's settling back in.
Very much so.
Bellinger now. Happy to see Wacha out of there. Struck out twice, once on a fastball, once on a curveball, both swinging. Rarely do his strikeouts come looking.
Cardinal defense, of course, the man on first, wide open right side. Cody Bellinger is a dead pull hitter, so no shift right here. And with those 2 Ks today, a nice solid ground ball to the right side, he could pick up a hit.
Front door breaking pitch for a strike. Chased here, and it's 0-2. Bellinger's 11th home run yesterday. Only 4 players in baseball history have hit more than 11 home runs over the first 32 games of their career. Mike Jacobs with the Mets and the Marlins in 05 and 06. Kevin Moss with the Yankees in 90. Dave Hostetler with Montreal and Texas in the early 80s, and then Jose Abreu most recently in Chicago. That's low and away, ball one. 11 homers in 32 games. Be fun to watch him in the home run derby this year.
It's a possibility.
Got that invite. Gets under this one, back of third, Peralta. Wonder if he'd have his dad Clay pitch to him in the home run derby. That'd be fun.
Sure would be.
His brother, maybe.
Bryce Harper had his dad pitch to him. Robbie Cano did also.
Our producer Mike Levy said he should just pick any pitcher in the National League to throw it to him because he's gotten all them.
Oh boy. That's why we keep him in the truck.
Here's Grandal. Ball one. I mean, we do let him out when the game's over. He gets to go back to the hotel and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll make sure he has his own room.
One and one. Cardinals got 3 in the first inning against Maeda, but the Dodgers with 4 in the third. Grandal part of that. Singled and scored. This one has not been snappy. 2 and 1. Pop back and out of play, 2 and 2. Told us after the game yesterday that ball that flew up here near our booth, and the people that told us this have been at just about every game in this ballpark since it opened a decade ago, but that it was the closest they've ever seen a ball to coming into the booth.
Missed it by about 3 feet is all. Surprised me.
Always got to be ready, Earl.
Yeah, except at Nats Field.
Yeah, you're not getting hit with the ball there.
Oh no, it's like you're at the top of the stadium.
Pittsburgh.
Not going to get hit with a ball there.
Lions 2-2. Grandal bangs a liner to short. That's caught by Diaz to end the inning. On to the bottom of the 4th in St. Louis with the Dodgers in front by a run.
take on the Reds. The first 12,000 kids 14 and under in attendance will receive a Kids Yasmani Grandal jersey t-shirt. Compliments of Chef Merito. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/promotions.
Reds playing pretty well again. Dodgers will see them a bunch over the next month. Dodger Stadium next weekend, and then they go to Cincinnati as part of an Ohio trip. 3 in Cleveland, 3 in Cincinnati. In this one, it's 4-3 Dodgers out of the bottom of the 4th, and Kenta Maeda having deja vu here, allowing 3 in the first to St. Louis, and thus far nothing since. Same way it was last week, 3 in the first and then 4 shutout innings after. 8-9-1 for St. Louis with the left fielder Jose Martinez to lead it off. Here comes Kenta. Strike 1.
Kenta Maeda, that was his 20th win, the last start against St. Louis. Here going for the 21st win of his major league career. 415 days it took him to get that 20th win. That is the 6th fastest of active pitchers in the big leagues right now. The fastest being Yu Darvish at 381 days. Kenta was at 415. Then there's CC Sabathia, Wade Miley, Tanner Roark, and Irvin Santana. That's pretty good company, Kenta.
About 2 Japanese imports on that list, with Yu Darvish at the very top. Maeda's 1-1. Paints the edge, 1-2. And to think he grew up wanting to be a soccer player. Fell in love with baseball watching Ichiro while he was a kid. And they got to face Ichiro last year and struck him out. Roxon deals 1-2.
Said rocks and deals, and Kenta has changed his rocking.
Yeah.
And reached back from his days in Japan to make the adjustment where he used to take his hands over his head when he was feeling really, really good, but now just brings them up slightly and doesn't take them over his head after he slumped in his first 4 starts. So leaves him there comfortably in front of himself.
Strikes out Martinez to open the 4th.
Makes him feel a little bit more compact and together, makes him feel a little bit stronger. Not quite as much momentum as you gather and flexibility as you take the arms completely over your head. But he made the adjustment without even really mentioning it to Rick Honeycutt. Just said, I'm going to try this, and I've used it in the past, and it has really gotten him on a hot streak.
That was one of his go-to fixes in Japan anytime he wasn't feeling great. It's a ball on Tyler Lyons.
All last year he was feeling pretty good at 16 W's and leading the staff in that category.
Tale of 2 seasons for him so far. Falls in 1-1. If you look at the team record, which after all is the bottom line, in his first 4 starts the Dodgers went 2-2, and his last 4 starts they are unbeaten. Two-1.
I think I just figured out Yasmani's signs for the cutter. It's a 1 with the thumb stuck out. You got the normal one, which is fastball, the 1 with the thumb stuck out, which is the cutter. Because 3 for Kenta is the slider, and 2's the curveball, and wiggles the change. So took him about 4 flashes to get to that cutter there, and he just didn't throw a good one.
2-2.
A lot of pitchers, it's the 1 and you circle it, and that's the cutter. Some people that a straight 1 is a 4-seamer and a circle 1 is a 2-seamer, but if they have a 2-seamer and a cutter, then you've got to invent something else.
Kenta's not going to like you sharing all his little secrets.
Well, it's easy with nobody on, and they flash multiple signs when it gets to second, where all of a sudden it can get relayed. But very conventional and traditional with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sometimes. If a guy has a changeup and a split.
He walks the pitcher.
Doesn't matter what signal you give there. That's just not what you want to do.
Third free pass. Yeah, back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler. Big offseason signing for the Cardinals, $80 million over 5 years, and they're still waiting for him to earn that paycheck. Natural right-handed hitter, but a switch hitter now. Taught himself to switch hit when he became a pro. How many guys make the change then? Swings at the first pitch and bloops it foul, strike one. Big moment in his career is when he was introduced to Barry Bonds at the end of his time in Colorado. About 6 years there. Average years. Had a conversation with the first base coach there. It was Glenn Allen Hill, who had played with Barry Bonds, and they discussed Bonds' approach to hitting. The longer the conversation went, the more interested Fowler became, and the next day they introduced him. That's on the ground hard to first. Gonzalez stops it, gets one at second and two at first. 3-6-3 double play, and Maeda faces the minimum in the fourth.
Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota time is going on now. Get incredible deals on a fuel-efficient RAV4 hybrid.
Dodgers 4, Cardinals 3 on to the fifth, and they didn't want to leave you hanging on this Dexter Fowler story. So the day after he talks to Glenn Allen Hill about his fascination with the way Bonds looked at hitting, Hill said, well, hey, I'm buddies with Barry and can hook you guys up. So Hill says to him at the park, Barry's expecting to hear from you. Here's his home number. So Fowler got fired up for it. My goodness, I get to call Barry Bonds and pick his brain about hitting. Gonzalez opens the fifth and takes ball one from Tyler Lyons. So he grabs his phone, he punches in Barry's number, and then he hesitates and thinks to himself, wait a minute here, what in the world do you say to Barry Bonds? Gonzalez in the air to Fowler, who will catch it for the first out of the inning. Well, they wound up talking for an hour, and Fowler said that Bonds made him feel like they'd been friends forever. Soon after that, Bonds sent him a workout plan. And he said, look, you got to go to work first of all on your body. You got to reshape your body before we start talking about hitting. Fowler went after this workout plan, really dove in on it. Then Bonds invited him to come visit, and they worked out together. Chris Taylor with the bases empty and 1 out. Shows bunt, takes a ball. Fowler said Bonds broke him physically, mentally with these workouts, cardio and lifting, and it's all about having strength, strong enough to have the same exact hitting position on every pitch over a long season. So there was a method to this madness. There was a method to Bonds breaking Fowler. Had a good year the following year. The next offseason he wanted more. So Dexter moved his family to San Francisco, and they lived a few blocks from Bonds. About a 5-minute walk each day. Go over to Barry's place and work on things. 2-1 on Taylor. And that was really the turning point in his career. They still talk a couple times a week. In fact, this winter was the other way. Bonds came and lived in Las Vegas with Fowler and his family for a couple weeks. 2-2. Number 25 Fowler wears because of Barry Bonds.
That's a great story. You relate a lot of those stories. A lot of times the guys that have been fixed or get invited into serious hitting groups over the winter that are made up of guys that are going to be future Hall of Famers, the Pujols group. It's a lot of fun for the retired guys to pass it on. It's another way of connecting back to your youth and passing on the information that helped you.
Full count on Taylor. Bonds' reputation is what it is.
His reputation with me is very, very good. I was a Giant for 1 year, and I apologize to the Dodger fans. Barry was my teammate, and he treated my kids like gold.
Taylor with a solid base hit to left.
Take my kids shopping, and they'd come back with all these video games or different things, or they'd take them to one of his connections of one of the companies that he represented, and he just kind of showed them the big league life 3 or 4 times that year. Hey, what do you make sure your kids are here on this road trip? Are they going to be in that city? Because I got a connection with this company, and I'll take them along.
Wow.
Oh, they just loved it. My son's got his batting gloves from the night that he broke a record, and they're hung in his room still. I know the other side. I know the dark side. And I know the part that people don't like, and I don't like that either. But I have to have a soft spot for when somebody takes care of your kids.
Sure. Here's Utley. Triple and a double for him today. Take strike 1. And nobody's ever argued the fact that he is the hitting savant of hitting savants.
Yeah, when I think of hitting, well, I think of Reggie Smith and the great hitting instructor he is and great hitter he was. And next person I think of is Tony Gwynn. Next person I think of is Barry Bonds. Next person I think of is Manny Ramirez.
As far as the combination of ability and the mental side of it?
Just in my head of people that really are like hitting savants.
Can you be a hitting savant and not be a very good hitter?
Oh, I think you probably could be. I think, yeah.
So there may be some that we don't know about, because the ones that you listed are guys who also executed, had the physical ability.
Yeah, I was thinking of guys that did it at the big league level.
Sure.
I really don't know the ones that are, you know, the minor league hitting instructors that everybody will trust completely, or even people that right now that go to pay for hitting lessons professionally that people live and die with.
Good lead for Taylor here. Utley gets hit by an off-speed pitch, and the Dodgers have him at first and second with 1 out.
Well, you can't talk hitting and talk about Dodger offense that's functioning so well and not talk about Turner Ward. I mean, recorded away from the Diamondbacks, and Paul Goldschmidt, who's one of the best hitters in the big leagues still to this day, was kind of born and bred from Turner Ward. Turner has done an outstanding job with the Dodger hitters.
Took over for a former Cardinal, another hitting savant, Mark McGwire. Here's Kike Hernandez, 2 on and 1 out, strike 1.
I think any kind of coaching, you can't have like one theory and then just try to apply it to everyone. You've got to have so many different tools to reach into your bag to apply to different guys. So much work trying to find guys. What's their trigger? What do they speak to in their body when you are talking to them, listening to them, listening how they speak to themselves, and then what positions they get into.
2-1. Turner has said that last year, his first year with the Dodgers, that was about building trust, because before guys are going to listen to you, they're going to trust that what you're telling them is going to work. Part of that trust building, though, is results happening after you talk to a guy. Some of that's luck. Some of it's good timing, some of it's bad timing. He's in a spot right now where this offense, to a man, trusts him.
You want your first advice to somebody to work, and you want them to be able to feel it. Because when they feel it, then subconsciously and consciously, they feel like there's a chance to repeat it if they continue to work on it.
They've loaded him up here against Tyler Lyons. And Yasiel Puig, who is one of his main clients, I guess, as far as his daily work around the cage, and somebody who has trusted Turner wholeheartedly, sometimes almost to a fault, sometimes relying on Turner Ward too much, where there were times where he'd take a swing and there'd be something wrong with his swing, and he'd immediately turn around and walk towards the dugout, even mid at bat, looking at Turner for feedback. And, you know, of course, Turner wants to help him, but he also is trying to grow him along to the point where Puig feels those things himself and doesn't need the immediate feedback from the dugout mid AB.
I have seen a relationship that close and really that much in need from a hitter in a box. A couple of people when I was a Cleveland Indian with Manny Ramirez and Jim Thome, and Charlie Manuel was the hitting coach. And they did a lot of communicating from batter's box to bench.
Puig trying to break it open here in a 1-run game in the 5th inning. He takes ball 1. There's 1 grand slam in his career. A 1-0. Takes it low. 2 balls and no strikes. Much of Yasiel's growth, Turner Ward deserves a big amount of credit for. Yasiel deserves the most, sure, but Turner's been one of his main mentors since he arrived the last 2 years. A 2-0. Ball 3.
One of the most mature things that Yasiel Puig has done now is that when he makes a mistake in the box, he blames it on himself. He doesn't blame the theory anymore, so he continues to work at the things that Turner wants because of that trust.
3-1. He was.
Well, it was a strike all the way. Yas.
Yeah.
Let's get in the box and concentrate on getting some RBIs right here. It's a no doubter. I think it's very mature of Yasiel now, not blaming outs on the theories compared to I have felt it and it is going to work, and that was my fault. I didn't do something right there mechanically.
He walks and brings in a run in doing so. The Dodgers lead 5-3. As Taylor steps on home, the line keeps on moving, and Franklin Gutierrez due to bat in Kenta Maeda's spot.
Yeah, this is no time to relax. Franklin Gutierrez, and Dave Roberts going for the jugular right here. Taking Kenta Maeda out of a possible win for his personal column, but really looking to put the Dodgers on top and step on the neck of the Cardinals.
They announced Gutierrez, and Mike Matheny is going to make a change. Almost certainly to go to a right-hander. And a key spot in this game, only in the 5th, but the Dodgers with a 2-run lead have a chance to really break it open. The rookie Brebbia coming in when you come back. Have a nice opportunity here with the bases loaded, and John Brebbia made his major league debut within the last week on here to face Gutierrez.
A situation that will make your nerves feel like your first big league outing when you come into bases loaded, 1 out. Looking for a double play ball. It's got kind of a slashing delivery that puts a lot of spin on the baseball. Looking to get some movement. And looking definitely to try and get a ground ball right here.
It's Brebbia's birthday. Turns 27 today. That's one way to spend it. Get thrown into a fire. Utley at third, Hernandez at second, and Puig at first. Bringing home a run with a bases loaded walk that chases Tyler Lyons. Dodgers trying to win their 6th in a row. They're 11th out of their last 13, with an opportunity with the Rockies loss to move into first place. Gutierrez looks at a fastball strike.
Can you have a Bronx cheer in St. Louis?
Sure.
With a hit batter, a walk, and a walk, they were cheering that strike.
Checks his swing on a slider that's outside. You have Baltimore chops all over the place. Yeah, so we can have Bronx cheers in St. Louis.
Texas leaguers in other states.
Sure. Part of the vernacular. One hit, 2 walks, and a hit batsman in this inning. A 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Gutierrez has been a valuable pinch hitter for this team so far this year. Hasn't gotten a ton of time lately as he's dealt with the tightness, his hamstrings and his hips. Dave Roberts using him off of the bench here. Fastball outside, no swing, 2-2.
It was a close one. Take a look at pitch cast. Yeah, I thought the Dodgers caught a break on that call. 2 ways possibly. Borderline swing and Pitch cast had it as a strike. Mike Matheny wants it.
He's been thrown out once over this 2-week stretch where the Cardinals have been bad, and it was for arguing balls and strikes. Loaded up in the 5th, the 2-2 to Gutierrez. Takes a slider in the dirt. There's nowhere to put it.
Managers, especially Mike Matheny, have signals with their veteran catchers like Yadier Molina when they want to argue a ball strike. There might be a flash of a sign from Yadi like yes it was or no it wasn't, calm down Skip. So with Mike coming up to the top step and actually standing and yelling, Yadi might have said we had one there, Skip.
The 3-2 outside, a great take from Gutierrez to make it 6-3 on the 2nd consecutive bases loaded walk.
Molina, if he thought that was a strike, his head would have turned around right away to the umpire, but he stays with it. Mike Matheny yelling on this call, but this one is wide. The yelling was justified earlier, but not on that one.
So after he fell behind 1-2, Gutierrez winds up walking. So both Taylor and Utley have scored on the bases loaded walks, and back to the top for a guy who right now seems to be seeing it as well as anybody in blue. Forsythe has reached all 3 times with a pair of singles and a walk. Fastball, strike 1.
Only 2 pitches to worry about from Brebbia. He's pretty much a fastball slider guy and really likes to work the outside portion of the plate to righties, as we saw with Gutierrez, just missing on a couple.
Couldn't lay off. 0-2. Four in the 3rd, 2 here in the 5th. Cardinals getting all 3 in the 1st. Ball 1. I guess one benefit to this game dragging almost as long as anyone this year as far as the pace is that back in Los Angeles it started at about 4:15, and folks getting home from work getting to see a good chunk of the game. 2-2. So settle in. We still got a half of this one to go.
Walk in, turn the TV on, watch the game, notice the Dodgers are up 6-3, grab a cold one from the refrigerator of your favorite beverage, sit down and relax.
Brebbia throws. Forsythe dumps it back, and it stays at 2-2. That favorite beverage feels a little bit colder, a little bit more refreshing when your team's won 5 in a row.
For me, it could be anything from an Arnold Palmer to something a little stronger.
Fouls it again. Hernandez at 3rd. Puig at 2nd. Gutierrez at 1st. All 3 of them walked after fouling off a pair. Forsythe waits on a 2-2 and cracks his bat on a roller to 2nd. DeYoung gets one there, but it's late to 1st, and it brings in another run. Hernandez scores, and the Dodgers lead at 7-3.
A little bit of a pirouette on the possible turn at second base, but that amount of time to make the stronger throw allows Forsythe maybe to get that extra step and get there in time to get the RBI. Gutierrez slides. You cannot take him out, so moves like that around second base are now something that people can do, that you don't worry about getting clipped. When you imagine if you could slide out of the baseline a little bit and make contact with a guy spinning like that? What would happen to him?
I'm not sure he'd be spinning like that if you could.
I know he would not be. You got to slide directly at the bag and cannot make contact above the shin on a middle infielder. It wouldn't be much pirouetting.
Now, you think that's what the review is here? The Gutierrez.
He slid right to it.
So, I mean, the play at first was not close at all.
I have no idea what we're reviewing here. Oh, they might be reviewing the out at second even. Was his foot on the bag? Which is really the reverse of the slide rule, because it makes the middle infielders hang on the bag, and no longer can the umpire believe in the vicinity. The foot has to actually be on the bag when the ball's received. Where prior to the rule and prior to instant replay, you could kind of fudge being on the bag for a middle infielder and protect yourself. Let's take a look here and concentrate on that portion of the play. It's close.
The old neighborhood play is no more.
Whoa. Depends on it. It looks like the foot is over the bag. Is it down and the toe down on the bag? Starts on the third base side of a second base bag and drags it across. Does it stay connected to the bag as it comes across? So there's the start of it. Ball's in the glove. Boy, there looks like there's air. They're going to give it to him.
I think it's one of those things that the call on the field was out, and so it stands. The Cardinals get the second out here in the fifth. Up comes Bellinger, who's 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a pop out. Strike one.
We're not there yet, but one of the more amazing things that I read today is about Cody Bellinger and his at-bats after the 7th inning. We know he has 11 home runs. 7th inning and later, Mr. Clutch, he's hitting .325. 7 of those 11 home runs are from the 7th inning on, and 17 RBIs. That ties Bryce Harper, who's played the whole year, for clutch home runs 7th inning on.
Big cut and a miss. Forsythe runs into second. And a chance to drive in 2 here for Bellinger. First 2 home runs of Cody's career came 7th inning or later on the same night against Philadelphia.
He's tied with Harper for the most 7th inning on, and he's 3rd in RBIs at 17.
Got a piece here to stay alive. Leads these Dodgers in both categories overall, regardless of inning. Even though he's only played now in 33 of the 53.
Can you imagine if he was here from day one?
A year from now, you won't have to. Second and third, 2 out, and an 0-2 that he lays off of.
That's like you were talking about earlier in the game, what a great eye he has on balls out of the strike zone. Chase percentage way low, but when the ball is in the strike zone, that's when the swing and miss percentage skyrockets.
Hits this one in the air to center. Fowler saunters over, and this inning comes to a close. But the Dodgers take advantage of some erratic Cardinal pitching to play 3 more and a 7-3 lead. Down to the bottom of the 5th, Brandon Morrow comes into the game. We take a look at our Coors Light cold hard facts. The Dodger bullpen yet to give up a run over this week here. They last gave one up last Wednesday against these Cardinals in the 7th inning. And now they bring Morrow on for his second opportunity with the Dodgers in as many days after his call up yesterday.
Brandon Morrow, who hit 99 miles an hour yesterday, feeling a little frisky, but the veteran is looking for a regular job here with the Dodgers, now up from AAA.
This bullpen working on a scoreless streak of 21 2/3 as he delivers to Tommy Pham. Strike one and down to Alana.
Brandon Morrow, guys, drafted by the Anaheim Angels in the 40th round in 2003. Waited a bit, then was a big-time first-round draft pick, 5th overall in 2006 by the Seattle Mariners. But this is a guy whose career has really been riddled with injury. In a conversation I had with him earlier today, he said it's the best he's ever felt as far as injury is concerned and his body is concerned as he gets the ground out there to Kike. He said that he almost feels as if he reinvented himself and is really pleased and thankful for the opportunity that the Dodgers are giving him to showcase what he can do now. Likes coming out of the pen, says he can save the bullets, obviously with the high velocity, and hopefully it catches on. He can either stay here or perhaps pitch someplace else.
All right, Alana. 11th year in the majors for him with his 4th different team. Started out with Seattle, Toronto, then San Diego, now with the Dodgers. Facing Matt Carpenter. And missing high, ball one. Morrow credits his love for the game to his dad, John. Great coach for him growing up. Painted a home plate on the street in front of the house. Brandon was younger, they'd put a step stool next to it to represent the batter and then play catch right up until bath time at about 8 o'clock. But 2-0. Strike one. They kept score. He and his dad John did with a plus-minus system where if you got a high enough score by throwing enough strikes, skip bath time. So I guess the more accurate he was, the worse he would smell.
That sounds like something that Mom would say. Are you serious? That's the prize?
3-1.
Then when he get up for school the next day, Mom would make him take a bath, I'm sure. Wow, you must be throwing a lot of strikes. You're kind of fragrant.
Been struggling with control, so I smell like flowers. Carpenter sends a fly ball the other way. That's Bellinger. That's out number 2.
Cody looks very relaxed there in left field. Just kind of sauntered back for that ball. Like, I know it. I got this one. He's an amazing play last night. Throw in from left field to cut down a runner coming around third, trying to score. Says no way.
2 outs in Molina. Cardinals are those 3 runs in the 1st inning on 3 hits against Maeda. They then got a leadoff hit in the 2nd. No hit since. Softly hit, charging Hernandez, waits on it, throws and finishes a 1-2-3 inning for Morrow. The latest addition to the Dodger pen seems to fit in just fine, putting up another 0.
sweatshirt on. The only other day Corey Seager has been off this entire season. The Dodgers playing their 52nd game of the year, and he's had been in games all 51 of those. I should say their 53rd game of the year today, guys. And Dave Roberts did not want him to come here early today. He asked him not to take extra hits in the cage, to not get in any extra work because he wasn't playing. He wanted him to relax. He called it a spa day, but he said he just wanted to make sure that Corey Seager was ready by the 5th inning. Again, he's played in 51 of the 52 games so far this year prior to tonight.
Yasmani Grandal hacks at the first one that he sees here, strike one.
Also leads the All-Star voting for the National League shortstop position by 20,000 votes. So get your votes in for Corey and for the rest of your favorite Dodgers.
Figure Kershaw will be an All-Star. Jansen will be an All-Star. Looks like Seager has a good chance.
Watch out, Alex Wood might have a chance.
But I'll say this too, Justin Turner, even with this injury, Justin Turner should be an All-Star.
372,
yeah,
leading the National League in hitting. How about Cody Bellinger if he keeps this up?
You can make a case. Grandal pops it up. He's another guy that, the way he's been swinging it the last month, you combine it with his defense, you can make a case for Yasmani. But Earl, when you've won 22 of your last 30, you can make a case for a lot of guys.
Well, not only will the Dodger fans and voters make the push for the Dodgers, some of these guys are going to have to differentiate themselves from their own teammates, because you can only have so many to still have enough representatives on the All-Star team from all the different organizations.
Ouch. Strike one. Molina staggers back.
Yadier using the hockey mask for a lot of years. Doesn't matter what kind of mask you have on, whether the conventional kind or the hockey mask, that one still shakes you up in a big way.
Part of the job back there that he's endured for a decade and a half in the majors.
Mike Matheny very sensitive to those things of catchers getting hit in the mask, because he had to retire from concussion issues.
He was replaced by Yadier Molina. Molina's big league debut came 2004 when when Matheny went on the disabled list. We've told this story a couple times, but the first time Matheny ever saw Molina, he went home from spring training that day, told his wife, "Honey, I met the guy that's going to take my job."
It was a little quicker than he thought because of health concerns, but Mike has really kept his baseball career going and doing an outstanding job as a manager of these Cardinals. One of the finest baseball men that you will ever meet. He's very humble, very intelligent, very considerate, just a true role model.
Brebier to Gonzalez, 1-2. That's way up, 2-2.
You think with the history of this organization, St. Louis Cardinals, and everything that they have meant to this area, to give the job to Mike Matheny without ever managing a big league game. Same thing that happened in Los Angeles over there on the blue side with Mr. Dave Roberts. These two men with their character so impressive that they didn't need to have a resume as a big league manager to get the job.
Just low, full count. Dodgers have drawn 6 walks in this game already. Not been pretty for the Cardinals. Not tonight, not yesterday, not this year. Shot down the left field line and foul. Even in the years where they weren't great, and there haven't been many of those over the last couple decades, but even in those years, Rarely was it sloppy. Rarely was it ugly losing. There's been more of that than they're used to around here this year. Adrian drives a ball to left center. Jose Martinez has it marked. 2 out.
You mentioned the Dodger walks today. Last year the Dodgers had an on-base percentage of .319, and that was 18th in baseball. This year they have an on-base percentage coming into this game at .340, which is 4th in baseball.
About 20 points higher than the league average. Taylor, one of the guys leading the charge in that category, looks at a strike.
And they're starting to change the narrative, or already have changed the narrative, and facing left-handed pitchers. Last year 30th, last in baseball at .214. This year 13th at .249 when they face a left-handed pitcher.
Another thing Taylor's leading the charge in.
Kike Hernandez also responding to that. Franklin Gutierrez has helped out there. Justin Turner has helped out with that issue.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
28th and 2 out RBIs, runners in scoring position last year. So far this year 10th. Making a move there. And clutch hitting with 2 outs. So you mentioned Turner Ward, and last year was about building trust. Well, he's starting to get the trust to move into some results. Not bad, falling a couple games short of the World Series, building trust.
Taylor down swinging, and Brebbia works a 1-2-3-6.
It's brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Carl's Jr., the baby back rib burger, only at Carl's Jr.
Stan Musial against Sandy Koufax, pair of Hall of Famers. Musial, a .342 hitter lifetime against Sandy. Not many guys could say that. Over as many appearances against him as he had, 30-some. 7-3 game, bottom of the 6th inning here in St. Louis, and Sergio Romo trying to keep going with the momentum that he's built his last couple times out.
Sure has, and he's starting to mix all of his pitches in, not just being slider man, but slider, fastball, changeup man.
Aledmys Diaz leads off the inning and takes a fastball inside. That's a slider for a strike.
Some would call it a frisbee. He seems to kind of just cast it out there and really wrap his fingers around the front of the ball as he comes through.
Tails that one in there. 1-2.
Gaining a little freedom and confidence in his fastball, even though it's only 86, 88 miles an hour. And definitely at his age, with all the wear and tear on his arm, a little bit of rest here and there will help him out. Make him feel a little bit better about the heater. But I like the fact that he's using all his pitches. I don't think the slider is at this point in his career something that he can just live and die with. I think he's going to be much better off throwing all three of his pitches.
Shortstop Diaz leading off the 6th. And working the count full against Romo. Peralta and DeYoung to follow. This is 5, 6, and 7 in Mike Matheny's lineup, which is without Stephen Piscotty. It's without Jed Jerko. They are 2 men short tonight on the bench. Slider cracked on the ground is short. That's Hernandez for the first out, with a nice dig by Gonzalez on the back end. By the way, in Denver, 7-2, Mariners in front in the 8th inning of that game. Because that one's moving quickly and this one is not, you could know whether or not you have a chance to be alone in first at the end of the night.
Definitely a chance right now to be tied for first while this game is still going on.
Should be the first time since the opening week of the year. Johnny Peralta with 1 out. The base is clear. Checks his swing on a ball. Tyler Anderson gave up 6 runs on 11 hits for the Rockies. Jumps out of the way of a strike. 1-1.
Now, when would a hitter start jumping out of the way of a slider from Sergio Romo when that's all he throws? Well, because he threw 2 or 3 fastballs to the first hitter inside.
Now the fastball. 1-2.
Outstanding. Little herky-jerky delivery, throwing all 3 pitches in his arsenal. Something that could work and really function for 1 inning before people start to pick up on what you're doing. A little bit more room for error with the slider now that he's mixed in 2 fastballs to Peralta. So if he wants to default to his old style, he doesn't have to be quite as precise. Looks like he's doubling up.
Got him. Romo strikes out Peralta. 2 up and 2 down.
Doubles up with the heater in, so he could then go 3-2 slider. If you're going to go fastball in, go with the pitch that you're not completely sure of and you haven't really danced with very often. But why use it in a 2-2 count and then save the 3-2 count for the slider if you have to?
23 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings for the bullpen as DeYoung bats. Outside ball 1. It hasn't mattered who they've brought in. Somebody like Romo, who has struggled mightily. Somebody new like Morrow. The usual suspects, Jansen and Baez and Fields. They have all done the same thing over the last week.
Sergio Romo's home run to Yadier Molina was the landmark of when the scoreless streak then started. After that, Chris Hatcher dialed up 2 shutout innings, and that's when they've been on a roll. Now Sergio trying to add to that total, which he has been part of. 2-1.
Yeah, Hatcher during the stretches looked really good.
And gotten higher and higher leverage situations.
Two and two.
Some confidence brewing in that fastball.
Rendell wants it outside, and on 2-2, slider goes there, and a ground ball to short. 6 up, 6 down for the Dodger pen as Romo works a 1-2, 3-6. St. Louis, he's at second base in a double switch that has Brett Cecil on the mound.
Cardinals continuing to just try and stop the bleeding, hold down this Dodger offense, and the main way would be to not walk some guys, because that's what the Cardinals have really done that has been so sloppy.
Take a look at the Cardinals camp. Chase Utley's night. He tripled his first time up and was stranded at third, but followed that up with a double his next time. He's also been hit by a pitch and scored 2 of the 7 Dodger runs tonight. It's another day for Chase here in May. Cecil starts him with a strike. One of the best averages in the National League over the last few weeks. Fly ball to center. Dexter Fowler. 1 up. Cecil's gotten it going a little bit. Big offseason signing for the Cardinals, got off to just a miserable start, but his last 5 outings he's not given up an earned run. Single and a walk tonight for Kike. He's driven in a run. He's scored a run. A rare single for the extra base producer. That's a strike. Back-to-back backdoor pitches, and it's 0-2. TK to get the start in right field tomorrow, Dave Roberts said. Give Yasiel Puig a day of rest. Cecil, a 30-year-old out of Maryland, ready for a 1-2 offering. Getting Hernandez swinging. Enjoy all the sizzling summer action at Dodger Stadium. Purchase a Dodgers Summer 6-pack and choose your favorite giveaway nights, preferred days of the week, and great matchups. And you get a cool t-shirt with your purchase as well. Go to Dodgers.com/mini-plans. Summer has arrived. Memorial Day in the rear view. Actually, technically it's not summer yet, right? And that happened mid-June when it technically becomes summer. Yeah. It's a ball on Puig.
Memorial Day is one of the cultural landmarks, though.
One and one. First day of summer.
Your mic's on.
I know that.
I know.
June 20th. Laid in a fastball there, 1-2. Brett Eibner in the on-deck circle. Seems too late to be the first day of summer, June 20th.
Yeah, it does.
Don't you right now, like, say to someone, hope you're having a good summer? It'd be weird to right now say, hope you're having a good spring. Crack bat roller ramps over the mound as second. Garcia throws a hustling Puig out to finish the inning. Dodgers 7, Cardinals 3. We stretch in St. Louis. Certainly another good day. He's doubled, he's tripled, he's scored twice. And the Dodgers, after falling behind in the first inning 3-0, got a 4 spot in the 3rd inning. TK Hernandez with a key hit in that frame, and then they added 3 more runs a few innings later to take this 7-3 lead. Taking advantage of some erratic pitching. A lot of walks from Cardinal pitching in this one. 7-3, trying to win this series, trying to win their 6th in a row with a chance to move into 1st in the West. Here's Adam Liberatore.
Doesn't matter who you call on in the Dodger pen, they are throwing the ball well and have a lot of confidence. Adam is definitely one of them. Switching it up a little bit, we're going to go with a left-hander, though.
Facing the 8-hitter, Jose Martinez. Started him with a fastball. That just misses. 1-0.
A lot of pride down in that Dodger bullpen with the scoreless streak working. Nobody wants to be the one to break it, I'm sure.
It's 1-1. You know, we talk about how the players, the staff, they don't look at the numbers and the streaks with the standings at this point. But I would imagine if there is a group that would look at something like that, it'd be the bullpen guys with so much time to kill out there.
Definitely, but it would probably be taboo to talk about it like as if a no-hitter was going on.
Okay. So they're not talking about, hey, what's it at now? We're at 24
no,
now.
I don't. Unless they would, you know, put like notches in their holster wherever bullpen they do. They have little lines there with a Sharpie that, you know, you're allowed to just chalk it up. I could see it going on the back of Josh Bard's clipboard, maybe.
Okay.
Something odd and like bullpen people are.
Yeah. 24 2/3. It's a lot of notches on his clipboard. Scoreless inning, 23 2/3 scoreless inning streak.
Yeah, with Kenta only going 4 tonight, and Dave Roberts going for the jugular, even though he would have been going for a W if he'd let him go one more inning. Elected to go to the pinch hitter and get some more runs.
Liberatore K's Martinez with a high fastball to open the inning.
This was a little bit sloppy by the Cardinals too. Just swinging at balls out of the strike zone, throwing balls out of the strike zone, missing cutoff men. They are just not playing up to what we are used to seeing from a St. Louis team.
Garcia to bat here with the bases empty and 1 out. Adam Liberatore buzzes in with ball 1. Liberatore played mostly outfield growing up. In fact, as a high schooler, he only pitched 6 innings total when he was a senior. Went to Tennessee Tech. They decided to have him focus on pitching, but was not good at first. After 3 years as a pitcher in college, his ERA was almost 9. 2-0. And I know aluminum bats and all, but a 9 ERA, I don't care what you're hitting with. That's not good. Senior year, he'd gotten off to a really good start. Started to jump onto some scouts' radars, but then his elbow blew out. 3-0. So he underwent Tommy John. Really attacked the rehab. Returned after 11 months for a 5th season at Tennessee Tech. And again, the numbers weren't good. Had an ERA around 5 as a senior, but had shown enough prior to the surgery that Tampa Bay drafted him. Andrew Friedman drafted him. And then Andrew Friedman traded for him in the first deal that he made as the Dodger head man. 3 balls and a strike on Garcia. Here it comes. And a little flare down the left field line that sinks in for a base hit. Garcia with a 1-out single.
Garcia swung the bat, but he had no idea where the ball went. See him still at home plate going, oh, there's where it is. Not even enough velocity to spin it foul.
It's the first base runner against the Dodger bullpen tonight, and the first hit for the Cardinals since the 2nd. Fowler started the Cardinals night with a single, came in to score one of those 3 first-inning runs. Ball 1.
Not a lot to cheer about for the St. Louis fans here. They're looking to make some noise. If Fowler can do some damage.
He's got some pop. 6 homers this year. Jam shot foul, 1-1.
The Rockies are still cooperating. Down 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th.
Dexter's old team. They were the team that drafted him out of Milton High School in Georgia. Decided to go play pro baseball instead of going to Harvard to play basketball. Runner at first with 1 gone, and Liberatore to Fowler with a 1-2 pitch. Thirty-one-year-old Dexter Fowler in his 10th major league season. Waiting on a 1-2 from Liberatore. It's on the way, and he got a piece. Pedro Baez getting ready. Hard to find someone who's been better in the National League this year.
You know, when Pedro's warming up with the way the Dodgers have been using the bullpen, that you must be getting near to the heart of the order of the opposing team, and that's where we are headed. He has gotten the best hitters that oppose the Dodgers pretty much ever since he's been back off the DL.
Remember the category we talked about early this year, goose eggs as opposed to saves? I bet he's got a bunch of those.
It'd be good to review that compared to people understand saves compared to goose eggs.
And I don't have the exact criteria in front of me. I'll look it up for you. But basically, it's with the concept in mind that guys feel like they're losing money on the free agent market as closers if they're being used in a more contemporary sense, which is in high leverage versus in the 9th. Fowler shoots a base hit to center. 2 on with 1 out for St. Louis. And so it rewards a guy with a goose egg regardless of the time of game, regardless of if it's a save situation. So somebody like Andrew Miller would have been the best at racking up goose eggs last year in the highest leverage situations. Not just getting credit for being a 9th inning guy shutting it down.
Different ways to get a goose egg, right? Not just pitching an inning and getting 3 outs.
Right. Riccone cut out there to talk with Liberatore before Tommy Pham bats.
A little chat with Rick to also give Pedro a little bit more time to finish off in the bullpen. Adam will get this batter for sure with the pitching coach at the mound and a visit. Pedro getting some final instructions right now from Josh Bard as Adam looks to put up a goose egg.
Yeah, and okay, so the criteria, it's got to be the 7th inning or later. At the time the pitcher faces his first batter of the inning, his team leads by no more than 2 runs. So I guess this wouldn't qualify here. Or the score is tied, or the tying run is on base or at bat. Then you've got to work the inning with no runs being charged to the pitcher in the inning and no inherited runners scoring while the pitcher's in the game. And there's a few more kind of nitty-gritty details to it that don't feel right now. But look that up if you have interest in that. Goose eggs. Different way to define relief success. First one to Tommy Pham, and he hits it down the line foul.
It's sounding like a little combination between holds and saves and pressure situations, high leverage pressure situations.
Two on with one out in a 7-3 game in the seventh. The 0-1. Outside ball one. Inside, Pham's ahead in the count. When Pham was a minor leaguer, he noticed that he was having a harder and harder time seeing the ball as one particular season went on, and went in and saw an eye doctor and was diagnosed with a condition where his corneas are constantly changing shape and causes bad vision problems. 2-2, not something they can fix. They just have to constantly adjust the contact prescription. Thinks that he finally found a prescription that's working for him, or I guess that would mean that finally the corneas are stabilizing. There's not as much changing to their shape. But boy, without your vision as a hitter, you have nothing. 2 on with 1 out, and a 2-2 from Liberatore. Full count.
Not only your vision, your world-class vision.
Right.
Because big leaguers are not measured just to 20/20. They get down to 20/10. So when you talk about, oh, he's got 20/20 vision, most of the big league hitters have better than 20/20 vision.
Here's the payoff. He struck him out with a fastball.
Goes up the ladder. Position not to walk him, but gets it close enough with enough velocity to get the swing and miss.
And Dave Roberts coming out. Looks like he'll make a change. With the left-handed batting Matt Carpenter coming in. Here is modern bullpenning at its finest. He goes to the higher leverage Pedro Baez, who happens to be right-handed.
See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com.
Back in St. Louis, Busch Stadium, Dodgers trying to win their 6th in a row, and Pedro Baez, the latest reliever, on to try and protect a 7-3 lead.
On no day's rest, Pedro throwing yesterday. About 20 pitches to get through his 1 inning of work that were scoreless, of course, because we know what this bullpen is doing right now. And Pedro at the center of that scoreless streak, because he usually has the toughest situations, and he's got one right here.
As a reference going to break there, even though it would have been lefty-lefty Liberatore against Carpenter, and it's not like he's strictly a lefty pitcher, but even though by the book it says that's the preferable matchup, Pedro Baez comes in because he's the one you want in the highest of leverage situations right now. Carpenter not just left-handed, but the 3-hitter. And Baez on to face him. Tailing fastball. That's away. Ball 1. Baez has inherited 6 runners this year. None of them have scored. One ball, 1 strike. Mariners have added on 9-3. They lead the Rockies in the 9th inning. They have 18 hits. So the Dodgers 3 outs, hundreds of miles away from here from moving into a tie for first.
And that's the portion of the season that has not been checked in a box yet for the Rockies, is will their pitching staff respond to some of those Coors Field nights and still have their confidence and be able to execute? Will the wear and tear of Coors Field get to a lot of those young pitchers?
On the edge, strike 2. Rockies have had the worst record in the National League over the last 6 years. Haven't made the postseason since '09. 2 on, 2 out, and a 1-2 from Baez to Carpenter. Two hits in this inning against Adam Liberatore. 1 from Garcia, 1 from Fowler. They're at first and second. Liberatore struck out Pham. Dave Roberts bringing Baez on for Carpenter. Two and 2. Back to the fastball to finish him off. The beat goes on for this bullpen. Another scoreless inning. On to the 8th.
Timeless. Show your historical pride with a Brooklyn cap on Monday, June 19th, when the Dodgers host the New York Mets, courtesy of Bank of America, and available to the first 40,000 fans in attendance. Thank you, B of A. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Facing the Mets. The Mets are blue and orange. They take the blue from the Brooklyn Dodgers. They take the orange from the New York Giants, who both left town for the 1958 season. Here's Kevin Segrist in a 7-3 game as we begin the 8th. Second night in a row that Segrist has thrown. Logan Forsythe hit a home run against him yesterday and is due to bat second in this inning. First up, though, pinch hitting Brett Eibner. Takes a strike. One and one.
Segrist gave up the home run yesterday, but he was very efficient for an inning and 2/3, only 16 pitches. He's going to come after you with some strikes.
Gets one here on a curve, 1-2. Right down the middle, strike 3. Seager strikes out Eibner, and now it's Forsythe coming up.
Have a night, Logan. Offenses are always looking for a leadoff hitter that can spark the team, and Logan has done a great job tonight. I think he's found a home up there against tough righty starters, against left-handed starters. It looks like he's going to be the leadoff guy.
One and one. Playing a lot of third right now. Justin Turner is still on the shelf. That's the spot Logan grew up playing, though. Start primarily playing second until he was in the minors. Coming up in the Padres system, they had Chase Headley at third. There was a time where Headley was a breakout player, and they figured a cornerstone for a while. So they had Logan learn to play second, and he said at first he was stubborn, he was hard-headed about it. The more he thought about it, the more he realized anything he could do to help his chances to break in. 2-2. Seventh big league season, but only his third as an everyday player. Become an everyday player until he was 28 years old. And needed an injury for that to happen. Nick Franklin in Tampa Bay got hurt during spring training and opened the door for Logan. Full count. A little bit of the pressure came off then, Logan said. Thought when he was a utility guy had to have as simple a swing and approach as possible. Couldn't afford to take many chances. He's on for the third time tonight. He goes into an everyday role, Oral, and he adds a more pronounced leg kick. He becomes more aggressive. Figure you got more chances to take and more room for error when you're not waiting for your opportunity every few days.
He was hard-headed about the position change, but think about the way the young players and the different players on the Dodgers now are groomed to be big leaguers. Cody Bellinger at the plate, first baseman, center fielder, left fielder. Chris Taylor with all the different places he's had over the last few years. Kike Hernandez with all of his positions. Austin Barnes can play 3 of the infield positions. In a pinch short, but you'd rather see him at second or third, but also a catcher.
Almost to the point where it's the norm to be able to play more than one spot. There's a 1-0 to Bellinger. Strike.
Very rare to be a primary first baseman or that to be your position, but also be able to play center field as Cody Bellinger. That shows a very vast array of skills and especially speed.
Long term, he's looked at as a first baseman, Gold Glove caliber there. On this 1-1, he cuts and misses. 1-2.
You would think that he could be an everyday left fielder for sure, the way we watched him play left field. And then as he slows down, he could move over to first because he's going to be close to a Gold Glove left fielder. He's got the speed, he's got the arm, he seems to track the ball well.
Oh for 5 tonight. That's his 3rd K. Two outs, and here's Yasmani. Grandal 1 for 4 tonight. Singleton scored in the 4-run 3rd. Cardinals got a field goal in the 1st inning. Dodgers a touchdown and an extra point since. Strike 1. Dodgers overcoming 3 errors in this game over the first 2 very, very sloppy innings. 2 from Kenta Maeda. 1 from Chris Taylor. Here's an 0-1. Bottom of the zone, strike 2. You know, things are going really well on a night where you commit 3 errors and have a pretty comfy lead.
Started out very ugly for the Dodgers. Ball falling in for St. Louis. Dodgers throwing the ball around the diamond. And all of a sudden the offense woke up and covered those 3 runs of Sins and the 4 spot, and then they've just expanded on it, and the Cardinals have fallen apart, especially with strike throwing ability. The walks and the hit batter.
Forsythe off of first, and a 1-2 to Yasmani Grandal will come after toss over. If they can hold on, it matched their longest winning streak from a year ago at 6. Make them 11-2 in their last 13. It'd make them 23-8 over the last month plus. They are by 4.5 games better than any team in the National League since Cody Bellinger debuted. We talked about that off of the top. And it's not just the 11 home runs he's hit. It's what his presence in that lineup has done for everybody else too. Grandal strikes out on a high fastball, and the Dodgers finished in the 8th. On to the bottom half. See if the bullpen can keep things rolling. The game, the bullpen again stellar. First, it was Brandon Morrow, his second scoreless appearance in as many days in a Dodger uniform. And Sergio Romo kept his streak going. Dodgers now with Adam Liberatore and Pedro Baez combining last inning to keep the Cardinals off of the board. 24 2/3 in a row without a run.
They can finish off this game with a couple of zeros. That's almost 3 games, right? Take them up to 26 2/3.
Yeah, total games, right? Just in bullpen innings, it's been a week. Got to go back to last Wednesday to find the last run they allowed. Here's Chris Hatcher.
An inning last night, only 14 pitches, and that's also part of the success. These guys have really pounded the strike zone. First pitch strikes. Didn't jinx them. The breaking ball right there, and I'll tell you what, 14 pitches in an inning is nice and solid. You can come right back the next night, still be fresh.
Fastball is low on Molina. 1 ball and 1 strike. Middle part of the Cardinals order coming up here. Have not scored since the first. One and 2. Yadier Molina started catching when he was 5 years old in Puerto Rico. There was a park across the street from the house that he grew up in. That's where his dad, Benjamin Sr., taught him. High drive to left. Bellinger back. Track. Wall. Gone. Molina's home run ends the streak at 24 2/3. It makes it a 7-4 game.
But you knew it wasn't going to happen all year, but this bullpen has been outstanding, and so has Chris Hatcher. His 2 scoreless innings at the beginning of the scoreless streak are what got him on a roll. This home run by Yadier Molina was actually the last guy to score a run against the Dodger bullpen.
Yeah,
home
you're
run
right.
off of Romo, and now a home run off of Hatcher bookends the scoreless streak.
Now Diaz. Strike 1. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Doesn't make it feel any better if you're Chris Hatcher or Sergio Romo, but it is very odd.
So it gets a little bit more interesting. Sit it into a 3-run game here. Diaz chops to third. That is a foul ball.
That is not the third base umpire's call.
It was in front of the bag. Should have came from home plate umpire Mark Wagner.
He had it the same way, but should not have put his arms up. Ooh, I could see why, because Logan ran behind third base, so he's thinking maybe it's behind the bag, so they both gave the call.
Hatcher's 0-2 in the dirt. It's a ball on Diaz. We told you Molina started catching when he was 5. That's the same age Diaz fell in love with baseball in Cuba. His dad took him to watch the Cuban national team, and Ledney said it was love at first sight. Strikes out swinging at a high fastball. Hatcher bounces back from the homer to K. Diaz. 1 out in the 8th. One out for Peralta, who's 1 for his last 13. Johnny claims that his name is spelled right and everybody else spells it wrong. J-H-O-N-N-Y. A little more common in the Dominican Republic, where he's from. Maybe spelled like that. Hatcher going up with an 0-1, missing his spot, but it's fouled off, and it's 0-2. By this score, it is a save situation. This thing gets to the 9th inning, and Kenley Jansen is called upon. They have gone final in Denver. The Mariners 10, the Rockies 4, the Dodgers in first. Tied with the Rockies and trying to finish this thing off to move alone in first. Last time they were tied at the top of the division was after the 4th game of the year, when they went 3-1 against the Padres to open the season. Dave Roberts' team yet to be alone in first. Peralta with a base hit to left center. Bellinger nearly overruns it. Peralta does not run well. No chance at him taking second. Second hit against Hatcher in the 8th.
Kenley Jansen has had a few 4-out saves this year and is heating here in the 8th. Normally, if it was just going to be somebody you thought about for the 9th inning only, he would not be up this early. Doesn't take that long to get ready. He's had 1-day rest off of a 17-pitch outing. Rick Honeycutt giving him a little bit more time just in case another man reaches against Chris Hatcher.
Hatcher will face a pinch hitter here. It's Eric Fryer. First at bat of the series for the Cardinals backup catcher.
Rick gave an awful lot of information out there, but also extended the meeting for as long as he could to make sure Kenley is going to be ready. I would think the big fella is ready in the bullpen because he has stopped throwing and he's watching the game.
On the ground is short. A hop bounce picked by Hernandez and a double play.
Good visit, Rick Honeycutt.
2 outs on 1 pitch following it. 6-4-3 on to the 9th with the Dodgers in front and in first.
Of this 4-game set. Coming up next, Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers. John and Jerry and Nomar will break this one down. Kenta Maeda's short outing, the bullpen's continued dominance, and the offense coming through when they needed to, guys.
All right, Alana, happy late birthday to Jerry Hairston. Jonathan Broxton on for the second time in as many days, facing his old team.
Jay Hare, a much appreciated member of our broadcast team.
Strike one on Adrian Gonzalez. Pretty sure he was on the radio call of that Giants brawl yesterday on ESPN radio.
Oh, you should give a little take on that in the post-game show. Everybody likes a little color on the brawl.
Opposite field, base hit Adrian Gonzalez. Second time he's been on today. Dodgers trying to add some insurance here in the top of the inning. One piece of it that we didn't get to get your thoughts on, Posey not leaving home plate to protect his pitcher.
It's really very odd that that happened. I don't know the inside story from Buster or from the whole Giants team, but usually the catchers are the first line of defense for their pitcher when something happens, as far as somebody getting plucked. All of a sudden somebody goes down or gets hit, the catcher usually jumps right out in front and blocks the path to the pitcher.
Now, very well could have been that Hunter Strickland said, look, I'm going to hit Harper, leave him alone. I want a piece of him.
If Buster Posey would have said that in his post-game interview, the suspension would have been a lot longer.
Yes. Yeah, they can't admit that.
They can't admit that if that was the plan.
Base hit for Taylor. Back-to-back singles open the ninth for the Dodgers. Taylor's been aboard 3 times. But at least, like, if that's the case, Buster could have helped himself out by kind of faking it, running after.
Yeah, he could have taken a step and maybe tripped a little bit, or, you know, ran after him but never reached him. You know, if somebody gives you instructions like let him come, you could have covered up and not taken the full bullet.
And he said after the game, you know, I had a concussion last month. Didn't want to go get in the middle of that. That very well could be too.
It could have been instructed from the bench, also from the training staff, knowing that that might happen, and they might have told him, you stay away from this.
Ball one on Utley. My biggest problem with the whole thing is the premise of it all, and that is Strickland hit Harper over 2 home runs he hit against him in the postseason 3 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when they say these two guys have a history, it's not that far back, or the history is really multiple events more than something like that.
Utley smacks it to center. Another base hit for Chase. Station to station they go, and he finds himself a home run short of the cycle here in the ninth.
I nominate him for player of the game.
I'm with you.
Tomorrow we're going to have some nominations for and some recaps of the Dodgers month. It's going to be fun to go over that. You want to miss that broadcast and hear about this hot month that the Dodgers have climbed into a tie for first place as of right now, and could be in first place alone tomorrow or a half a game out.
It's a good sell job right there.
It's a tease.
Loaded up for Kike. Slider misses, ball one.
I'll leave the time of the game to you for accuracy.
Yeah, it'll be Hyun Jin Ryu and Carlos Martinez. 5:15 Los Angeles time. One and one. Finale is Thursday. McCarthy and Wainwright. Morning baseball in LA. 10:45.
Have you found your really good breakfast place here in Clayton?
My best friend from college is from St. Louis, and ironically we're doing breakfast tomorrow. There's a really good spot I've not been to, but he said he doesn't want to wait, so I don't think we're going to that really good spot. Hernandez flips it in the air to right and carries pretty well, sending Pham to the edge of the track and plenty deep to bring home Gonzalez and make it 8-4. So the Dodgers get that run back, and it has to feel a lot better going into the bottom of the ninth now.
Station to station to station to station for the win, possibly, but a run. And you can pick up another one with a routine productive out from Mr. Yasiel Puig.
It was 0 of 3 today, but did bring home a run with a bases loaded walk in the 5th.
Definitely a time when Yasiel is looking to elevate, get the ball in the air, stay away from the double play.
One and 0. One and 1. Austin Barnes due to bat next.
Dodgers have really silenced this crowd. This is strictly for the enjoyment of baseball for some of them. There are some Dodger fans around still, though.
1 and 2. A few members of Pantone 294 here. Not a big group, but a few of the members getting ready for their next big one, which is in Anaheim. 1,300 members of Pantone 294 going. Broxton to Puig, 1-2. Took it in the dirt, count evens. They're also going to Miami, first trip of the second half. It's Puig's off-season home.
Is tailgating allowed in Anaheim?
I would think.
Taking that many people and it's such a short commute, I would think some barbecues would make the trip too. I'm hearing from the truck that they don't think it is allowed.
Puig strikes out swinging and then drills the bat. 2 out. For Barnes.
I was trying to get you invited to dinner in Anaheim with Pantone.
Oh, yeah. One and 0. Cardinals have 8-9-1, due up in the bottom of the ninth inning. Rockies already lost tonight, so the Dodgers 3 outs away from moving into first by themselves.
Good.
Barnes flexes one into left center field, a base hit. Brings home Chris Taylor. Barnes headed for second. Fowler's throw is late, and it's an RBI double. 9-4 Dodgers.
Nice piece of hitting from Austin Barnes. You don't get a lot of opportunities, and then you're sitting there watching this possible W. You get your number called on, and just stay on top of this high fastball. Get yourself a line drive and an RBI. And then a nice read off the bat, stretching it to double.
Forsythe, who's been on base 4 times today by the book, 5 if you count the fielder's choice. Strike one.
Home run right here. He might go up the ladder on the player of the game.
Yeah, it's between him and Utley. It's a ball. We're being told it's too late. The truck is.
They've already edited the Utley highlights.
I guess so.
They have jumped the gun.
All right, we're now getting word, breaking news from the truck, that if he hits a home run, he's our Lexus player of the game, but he has to hit a home run. 2-1. I think Alana should at least let him know. Shout to him, Alana. Homer or nothing.
Base hit. He drives in too. I mean, truck's got to take that into consideration.
It's been decided, Oral.
They're getting lazy. They just don't want to re-edit the tape. Come on, guys. Oh, sorry. It's not tape anymore. I'm showing my age. What are you editing? Data? Video clips.
Yeah. Home run count. 3-1 pitch. Ball four. Walks again. Third walk of the game for Forsythe to go along with his 2 hits, and they're loaded up. Bellinger gets a 6th opportunity at it. Hitless in his first 5 ABs with a few strikeouts.
The game might be out of reach, but this is at bat. Could be exciting.
Think he's going to swing hard?
I think so. This could be fun to watch.
1-0.
11 home runs, 29 RBIs, 7 of those home runs after the 7th inning, 17 of those RBIs after the 7th inning. Here we are in the 9th. Will the trend continue?
With the bases loaded. Roxon's 1-0. Bellinger pops it foul, and it's 1-1. You flinch, but let's be honest, you could flinch on every Bellinger swing with the violence he cuts with.
Contact with him is pretty fun.
Four hits and a walk in the inning. 2 runs already in the bank. And a 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. Dodgers, by the time this month is finished, just might lead the majors in runs. Touch behind the Mets coming into the night, but a 9 spot here on the 2nd to last day of May. High drive down the left field line. Long run for Martinez, and runs out of room. Count evens at 2-2.
That was so close to being a home run to left field. So close. The distance was just short. The angle was just foul. But think about then if it squared up just a little bit.
Now a 2-2. Broxton to Bellinger. Bounces in there. Counts full, and all 3 runners will get a head start. Utley at third, Barnes at second, and Forsythe at first. Dodgers tonight 4 in the 3rd, 3 in the 5th, 2 more here in the 9th. Bellinger trying to add on. Here's a payoff. He got him. Tough night for Cody. On to the bottom of the 9th inning. Dodgers up 9-4. Player of the game because Forsythe simply walks. Finish a home run short of the cycle. Went backwards, tripled his first time. Then he doubled. Then he was hit by a pitch. Then he singled. And Utley remaining red hot here in this month of May. With a more regular role at second with a trickle down because of the injuries. Dave Roberts kept his faith in him. Utley has paid it off with more great performance at the plate. Kenley Jansen on in an unsafe situation. Only 8 of them this year because the Dodgers, with the #1 run differential in baseball, have had a lot of big leads.
Kenley getting an inning of work. He has not taken these innings for granted. He has not stumbled as the closer. You see that ERA at 1.42, 8 for 8 save opportunities, only the 1 home run there, and the batting average against is stellar. Continues to lengthen his resume as one of the best closers in the game.
8-9-1 for St. Louis. Uphill climb for the Cardinals. Jose Martinez, strike 1. Jansen 2 years ago went 27 strikeouts before he issued his first walk. He's at 34 strikeouts and no walks this year. Quickly 0-2.
Kenley, the author of an immaculate inning, 79th one in baseball history. Only one person has 3 of those, and that's Sandy Koufax, and that is 9 pitches, 3 strikeouts in 1 inning.
Strikes out Martinez on 3 pitches, and he's a third of the way to another. How rare is an immaculate inning? Well, been about a third of the number of no-hitters. There have been immaculate innings. Close to 4 times as many immaculate innings than perfect games. Still, that is not many over the long history of this sport.
Lots of innings have been 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts, but not on 9 pitches.
Garcia grounds it off of the handle to second. Utley will shovel it off, and on 4 pitches, Jansen has 2 out.
Kenley Jansen being his efficient self. I know there's a lot of fans in LA, maybe some in the studio, that are cheering for this last out.
Dodgers trailed by as many as 5 games in the National League West behind the Rockies. That was in late April when they sat at 10-12. They're about to go to 23-8 over the last 31 games. At first place alone for the first time. Dexter Fowler against Jansen. Strike one. In a different start time tomorrow. Hyun-Jin Ryu against Carlos Martinez at 5:15 LA time. Cardinals will now have lost 10 of their last 13 games and will fall below 500. Still, though, right there in a mediocre Central. Brewers and Cubs and Cardinals all jammed up near the top. 1-2. He quick pitches him, and a ground ball off of the hands. In time to get Fowler, and the Dodgers are in first place in the West. They've won 6 in a row and 11 of 13. And for the first time since the first series of the year, the Dodgers are in first. For Orr Hershiser, Alana Rizzo, the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long from St. Louis. Now Access Sportsnet brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers.